Welcome in, everybody, to the Splatoon 3 North American League. This is event 4, week 2 of the regular season, and we've got some fantastic top 8 action coming up for you today. My name is Shiny Hunter Zach, and joining me on the commentary desk are two amazing Splatalists from the Splatoon community. We have Magic 8 Ball and Siren. And Siren, let's start with you. What have you seen so far throughout this league, and what are you looking forward to today?
I've seen insane calibers of skill so far in this league. I've loved seeing all the fresh new faces every week. It feels like every event has been very different, and honestly, having Turf War in a event like this is such a breath of fresh air. I love seeing it because it brings out a type of play that we just don't see as often in the general competitive scene as a whole.
And Magic, we've got all the modes. We've got a plethora of stages to choose from. What are you expecting to see today?
Well, I'm expecting to see the strangest of counter picks at the end of the day. There's going to be some wonky ones. There's going to be ones that some Splatoon 2 veterans may decide they prefer to throw off their opponents who are used to more standard stage modes. And I'm excited to see how it all stacks up and who's going to come out on top, because we really don't know who's going to.
Well, for those of you who are just joining us for the first time, let's break down the schedule for the entire Splatoon 3 North American League. Today is 10/11, but yesterday we premiered the newest episode of the Splatoon 3 North American League show, and you can catch it every Friday at 10 a.m. Pacific. And then the following day, we have the Splatoon 3 North American League, the latter portion starting every Saturday at noon Pacific, with top 8 live streams coming at you at 4 p.m. Pacific. But the fun doesn't end there. On Sundays, also at noon Pacific, we have the Splatoon 3 North American League Sunday Scrim. You and your friends, or just you by yourself, can go out and have some fun in the sun playing some Salmon Run. And everything from the league will, of course, culminate into the finals that happens on, I believe, the 13th and 14th of December, with live streams on both of those days, starting also at noon Pacific time. You can see the full schedule here. Now, we are going to be moving on to checking out the tournament format. I alluded a little bit earlier that we have a ladder round into top 8. Teams will be awarded points toward their event score based on their leaderboard placement in the ladder round and top 8, if applicable. And that is for every event that they participate in. The ladder round, you can see you can win up to a maximum of 60 points, all the way down to 5, and top 8 on top of the ladder round points that you receive, up to 40 additional points down to 5. So lots to look forward to for the teams that made top 8 today. And speaking of top 8, let's take a look at our season standings to see which teams are in either our top 8 or are closing in after week 1 of the regular season on that top 8. And let's go to you, Magic. From the teams that we have shown here today, what are you looking to see in terms of teams breaking out more, or any surprises that you're noticing?
Well, definitely one surprise was fofofo. They performed super well in the last event and came out to a nice 4th place here on the standings. And in general, the one that I'm going to be looking at is FTWin. They're the premier that's just coming out and did not attend the event last week, and they're going to be gunning for those top spots. Definitely going to be one to see interesting where they fall.
And we'll go on to the rules next. Of course, we'll be talking a ton about our standings as we go on today. But for the top 8 portion, we move from the best of 3 in the latter portion to a double elimination best of 5. For this top 8, the higher seed will be choosing the mode, and the lower seed will be choosing the stage. After that first game, the winning team will be the team choosing the mode, and the losing team will be the one choosing the stage. So some consistency there. As we alluded to previously, all game modes available: Turf War, Clan Blitz, Splat Zones, Tower Control, and Rainmaker. However, each mode can only be played once during the match. So if we go the distance, if we go to game 5, we'll be seeing all of them. Here are the available stages. There's 10 that you can choose from. And similarly to the modes, stages can also only be played once during the match. So a ton of great stages available. And let's take a look at our bracket now to see how top 8 is shaking out for this week. We have Milky Way taking on Hypernova, 5 versus Duck Motif, FTWin taking on Fofofo, and finally, the match that we'll be looking at first in our winners quarterfinals. It's going to be the 4v5 matchup, Halcyon versus Healthy Diet Food Groups. And Siren, let's go to you first for all of these teams. Any of these matches you're particularly looking forward to? Anything that sort of catches your eye?
Yeah, so looking at this bracket, I'm actually really excited to see the FTWin versus fofofo matchup, just because these are teams that are like very veteran players. You look at FTWin, and this is a lot of re-emerging people, and as Magic was talking about before, this is like the team to be watching. However, fofofo is the other team we want to be watching a lot of, and that's just because they brought Moonlight to Game 5 previously, and that's another team that's been working really, really hard throughout the league. So I think that set could really go either way. A lot of these seedings going into this bracket from that latter stage aren't fully indicative of what happened. It's a general estimation, right? So as far as things shaking up, it's never going to be 100% accurate, and I think while that 4 and 5 match that we're going to be looking at first is going to be so close, I'm looking forward to, yeah.
And Magic, we're going to get into our first match here. It's going to be Splat Zones on Umami Ruins, so getting a pretty nice mode out first here. What are you seeing as far as the team compositions go?
Right here is what I'm seeing. The Dually Squelchers coming through from Caden, and that is something I was not expecting to see at all today, but with that Splat Bomb and that Wave Breaker, going to be putting out a lot of additional pressure with those long-range shots.
And Siren, I think kind of a flurry of weapons that we haven't seen a ton of. One thing I want to note for sure is the stickers Splatana Stamper on both teams, as well as for Healthy Diet Food Groups, a Splattershot Junior and a Carbon Deco.
Yeah, that sticker Splatana can really go the distance. Throwing those Booyah Bombs to the other side of the map can be really handy when you're trying to help out a teammate who may be taking on a fight that you can't directly help them with. So I love seeing that here, and more importantly, I love seeing these team members of Halcyon running up, taking the spawn of Healthy Diet Food Groups and really reclaiming some space here.
Halcyon, a team we didn't get to really spectate in week number 1, trying to take it out early. They've gotten 2 power clams worth of points in the Splat Zone already. We see Ziv breaking down that crab. They're gonna be taken down themselves as a result, and Magic Storm just trying to stay alive here, but Healthy Diet Food Group's having some trouble breaking in.
Definitely going to be hard when you have to deal with all of that long-range pressure and not have the equivalent of a pencil to deal with that long range, right? The Sniper Rider 5H has so much presence that is hard to turn off, and if they can find something to just get through, it seems like they're able to now here, able to score, putting out some pressure with their special weapons, the triple Zuka being launched, and that Booyah Bomb, although it gets shattered, Zach.
Yeah, first time seeing Healthy Diet Food Groups on the offensive, but they lose one of their specials early. They counter with their own Booyah Bomb, and Siren, one of really the only 2-zone maps that we get to see as we watch Caden get a nice flat on that Dually Squelchers.
Yeah, 2 zones is going to be the key here. It's micromanaging a lot of resources at a time, and so burning your specials before you can really get a strong push into either opponent's base here is kind of important. You're going to want to spend resources over time very slowly, just make sure that you're not lapsing everything and you have something, an answer to any kind of pressure that you may be dealing with. And Halcyon has really been holding on to this super well so far. They've broken through that penalty, they're moving up here, and they still have that crab tank to boot.
Speaking of resources, Healthy Diet Food Groups is going to need to expend a lot here. They do have the big bubbler online if they deign to use it. Nice flat with a carbon roller. Gets the second on the Kai. Is trying to find the third, but they'll have to content themselves with shooting off a burst bomb. That'll be the zone. Flipping back over to Healthy Diet Food Groups Magic, and a couple of specials still online as they push forward.
Well, this is it. This is the lockout stage for Healthy Diet Food Groups, and they're going to have to make it count here. Cannot let anyone even get think of putting that ink on the zone. They've got the special weapons at the ready. You can see on the top of your screen those blinking icons, and that means it's about to go down as we finally start to see one come through. The Wavebreaker launch, the Crab Tank online, and that is going to be a destroyed Booyah Bomb once again from Halcyon. But Healthy Diet Food Groups is actually going to be able to hang on. They made it through. They outlasted, and this is going to be the lead taken. And Zach, I think that's going to be the game.
Outlasted, brought the lead in, and held the W key, moving forward and making sure that Halcyon had no entry point into both zones at the last minute. It's the 4v5 matchup, so it should be rather close. But Siren, it's going to be a knockout first thing as Healthy Diet Food Groups takes game one.
Yeah, both of these teams played this very, very close. You could see that Healthy Diet Food Groups didn't have quite as many holds as Halcyon did into their base. However, the one that they had, they made it count. They got the critical splats that they needed to at the very end of that game there. And more importantly, they took out the players that are able to paint the zones the best.
And Magic, we talked about, we hadn't seen a ton from either of these teams. Halcyon not playing in last week's tournament, and for Halcyon, a couple of pretty decent wins in the latter portion, including a 2-0 victory over Healthy Diet Food Groups. How do they have to feel knowing that the shoe's on the other foot now?
Exactly. This is going to be so big for their momentum and motivation. So often we see that this mental game gets played with these teams, and it becomes a very big factor in making those decisions. However, that was during the latter stage, that was during when they were still warming up. There could be a lot of different factors at play now where Healthy Diet Food Groups feels like they're in the driver's seat.
Well, they're going to have to hope that they are properly warm now. As we move on to our next mode, it'll be Clam Blitz. The stage will be Museum de Alfonsino, but let's stick to the mode for a second and talk about our Clam Blitz rules. Firstly, collect 8 clams to form a power clam and use it to break the opponent's clam barrier, which protects their basket. So that's going to be the objective. Once the basket is open, you're going to want to score 100 points to win. The math comes out to 3 points per clam, with a power clam equaling 20 points. And if neither team is able to score the full 100, the team with the fewest points remaining is your winner. So building up, Siren, those power clams going to be so important. Do you see anything about this map, about Museum de Alfonsino, that's going to be critical for either of these teams?
This stage is so infamous within the competitive scene just because of the difficulty and the skill that it takes to pick up those power clams and move them into the basket. It's such a long journey from the typical ground path that you could take that doesn't require any jumping and leaving yourself vulnerable to getting splatted by your opponents. So it's honestly, I think it's a huge power move for both of these teams to kind of counterpick each other into this. I know this is a strategy thing for them. Healthy Diet Food Groups is saying, hey, we understand Clam Blitz really well. And Halcyon is going, okay, how well do you? How well do you?
And Magic, correct me if I'm wrong, but Museum de Alfonsino feels like a stage that draws the more chaotic, hectic modes, mainly Rainmaker and Clam Blitz. Why is that, and what can these teams look forward to kind of harness a bit of that chaos?
So the main thing you have to look at with Museum de Alfonsino is that there are these high, long drop-off ledges at the start of the mid-ground, and that is where the fights are going to be held, and that's what holds back the aggressive play that you normally see from other modes. And here, it means that everything has to culminate at once and then break through onto those high grounds.
Well, Siren, we're going to take a look at the compositions and we get into game 2 here. It is going to be Clam Blitz on Museum de Alfonsino. A couple of weapon changes that I'm noticing. We have a carbon roller angle there on the side of Healthy Diet Food Groups, and on the opposite side, yet again, bringing back that sticker Splatana Stamper.
Yeah, I really like the switch up from the members of, I believe it's Healthy Diet Food Groups here. They're going to the Zip Caster on that Stamper there, which I think is a lot better than that Booyah Bomb here. Just allowing you to crawl into the base of your opponent on this map, which would normally be such a strenuous journey, but really allowing Healthy Diet Food Groups to get the ball rolling this early on in the game. Block able to walk into that base and dunk that power clam early on. Eevee, being a carbon roller, does not really like being marked by that Wavebreaker there. Is going to have to back up there, and and looks like it's the end of the push, but adding little dents of points here and there ain't a bad thing, Zach.
Yeah, Healthy Diet Food Group's sort of going with one of two, I think, main schools of thought in Clam Blitz, which is either the early or often strategy or the all-in-one strategy. The early and often being just getting as many pushes on board. Magic, what do you think for this team? We have 9 clams on the board. It looks like maybe even a special coming out. How is Healthy Diet Food Groups doing this?
Healthy Diet Food Groups wants to put on that pressure with this big bubbler, making sure that they have a safe haven to go back to and to move out from, as you see Zift scoring that power clam, putting it into the basket and allowing the rest of the team to follow through with their smaller, but still very powerful in their own right clams.
And they're keeping on the pressure, gets rid of their original penalty. Now a new penalty of 11 as the score goes to 67. Halcyon, Storm trying to make it work with a crab tank. They don't have the high ground that you might normally have. They're backing off. Kai gonna see if they can do anything, protecting themselves as well, Siren, as they get a pick there onto even. It might be time for Halcyon to move forward.
Yeah, now we could start playing the math game here, looking at these numbers. Healthy Diet Food Group has gotten it down to 67 over the course of 2 pushes here, but Halcyon has the power in their hands. They pushed it down to 80, one more power clam, which they do have sitting under their basket, which we adoringly call that pity clam underneath there. They could dunk that and regain the lead right away. However, that does require that basket staying open, and not able to do that at this time means that we're going to be held back just a little bit longer, maybe even going to hold that push up a bit longer in their base and just hope for that basket to drop once again.
Yeah, it seems like they were really wanting that push to keep going. They put the tactical cooler so close to where the barricade was, maybe trying to see if they could keep buffed up and, of course, jump back to a teammate that was still in the fight, but it's not really going to matter. Storm going to be able to help lock things down with a crab tank. They are going to get another break on the barricade, but they lose 2 members pretty instantly, Magic. They may have to back off right now, but both of these teams playing a similar game.
I love to say this is very precise play from the members of Halcyon. Storm sitting up top on that grading area in that spinning, moving platform, just completely locked it down, was able to use the crab tank, was able to pepper the enemy team with the burst bombs, and was able to make sure that they did not lose any ground, even though they had scored once and had to back up for a little bit longer. And I want to see more of that kind of precise, smart play from Halcyon moving forward.
Well, Halcyon holding on to a few clams themselves, just kind of throwing around the 1 power clam that they do have. Stan trying to get behind them for Healthy Diet Food Groups. They're not going to find anything other than acting as a distraction. Spec making sure that they can stay alive atop this top platform here, Siren, but movement's kind of slowed to a halt. Do you think they're maybe slowing down and getting ready for 1 or 2 final pushes here?
Yeah, with that last minute closing in on this game here, both teams are going to have to make it really count. We don't have anything really significant in the points department for both of these teams. However, it looks like we're getting the ball rolling for the members of Healthy Diet Food Groups. Blop is pushing up very aggressively for a snipe rider, maybe hoping to get a bit of a pick into their base, but does get punished for it, unfortunately. And looking like the ultimate payback could be approaching from the members of Halcyon here. They really only need 1 additional power clam to regain this lead here, so they might actually just be playing the timer a little bit, feeling confident enough to get this in overtime and not give Healthy Diet Food Groups that other chance.
Well, it's an open book for both of these teams, for Halcyon especially, as 3 specials go out, taken out right as they throw the power clam in to reclaim the lead, and the follow-up is there. They get past the halfway mark and get all the way to 39 with just about 15 seconds left to go. Blop trying to clean up any remaining players there from Halcyon. There is somebody with a power clam. It was Kai, and Caden tried to get in too. They, I think, got 1 more clam in, Magic, and it's going to be an overtime push if Healthy Diet wants to come back here.
You know what? Healthy Diet Food Groups is poised to make something happen here. Look at them. They're tossing around these clams. They've got the one sitting in the backfield if they need it, and this is looking good, but no, Caden decides to shut it down at the gate. They wanted to move forward, and it looks like even though there are some players that are trying to, that initial position on that ramp was just perfect enough to force them into a different direction, and Healthy Diet Food Groups was not able to approach. Zach, that was stellar.
Blop in particular, I think, having a cunning idea of jumping, I think, to the big bubble or the beacon in the middle just to add a little bit of survivability. Unfortunately, the jump could not go to a teammate who was on top right under that barricade. That's typically what you want to see, Siren, when you're setting up an overtime push. But I have to say, great defense at the end there by Halcyon in a very back and forth game too.
Yeah, from what I saw, it almost looked like Nerves got the best of Healthy Diet food groups. You saw a few awkward kind of things going on at the end of the game there. Everybody rushing to get their specials under that basket, that bubble coming out, and then Blop having maybe a bit of an awkward jump into that beacon inside of the bubble there, and that not quite being enough, and burning down their overtime timer, which is so valuable as a resource on its own. Unfortunate that they weren't able to get the reset and get another chance at dunking some more clams into that basket. However, it is what it is. They'll have another shot at the next one. But this time it's going to be a little bit harder for them. They don't have the array of modes to pick from. They've put that honest back onto Halcyon.
3 modes left. We're guaranteed to see 2, and one of them is going to be tower control. So tower control, first time we're seeing it on the broadcast today, so let's break down how it works here. For tower control, jump on the tower to take control if no opponents are on the tower. If that happens, it will begin moving toward the goal. Now, keep in mind, you're going to want to ride the tower through checkpoints that are on the stage on the way to the goal in the opponent's territory. That is how you claim victory. If neither team reaches that goal, however, the team who comes closest to the goal wins. So we're getting a new mode to look at here, and it looks like we're going to an old favorite, Magic. It's tower control with Inkblot Art Academy.
Oh, and I know that 9 Whole Grains is probably writhing in his chair wherever he is. But this is the classic. Every single team feels like they have an advantage here because it is very even, it is very structured, and the tower moves on such a predictable but also easy to defend path if you set it up correctly. So let's see if these teams are up to the task, Zach.
Well, even is the name of the game as we are at a 1-1 match score. Siren, I see the return back to the battle of the 2 sticker Splatana Stampers. Otherwise, the Splattershot Jr. is still there, and one of those stickers going down super early, as well as 2 members of Halcyon.
Yeah, I love seeing those 2 Booyah Bomb options for them. We love having that as a bit of a tool in competitive Splatoon. Just being able to clear the tower with any given special and shutting down any push or any overtime while you're at it is a very underestimated thing, I would say. So glad to see that coming back from both teams. Very early on in this game, you see that aggressive pressure that Healthy Diet food groups is known for. Ziff feeling very comfortable riding that tower with that bubble getting deployed on top of it.
Yeah, another duo weapon matchup we haven't talked about yet is both teams carrying a very common, very favorable weapon in the Sniper Rider 5H as Healthy Diet food groups continues on. Eevee going to be taking out the Trizuka. They're going to have the Wave Breaker to counter, and Eevee not finding a whole lot. They do back off Halcyon a bit, and the push still going. Blop going to help Stan to get the tactical or buff Magic, but for now, they're stopped at 25.
They're stopped for now, Zach, but this was such a smart play from Blop. Backing up to the point where the super jumps are gonna be safe, landing to you as a teammate. The Cacticooler is gonna be online so that whoever ends up having to end up going down afterwards is gonna just be right back on the field. And you can see here, even though Healthy Diet food groups lost a lot of ground, their members are still up and they have decent amount of special points, special meter charge going into this defense.
Well, we did have a clip, I believe, from week 1 of Q on this same map and mode, sitting on that low wall, backing up away from some of the triple ink strikes that were coming their way. Storm having to back away from a Booyah Bomb coming their way. They do take out Stan and avoid lethal damage there. They'll back up just to get their own tactical rebuff, but Siren, now Halcyon with their turn, and they're making it close to the second checkpoint without too much difficulty.
Yes, and that I think that the difference that we're going to be seeing between both of these teams as they push up here is that it's going to be a little bit more difficult for Halcyon to feel safe moving in here. We have a lot of the same defensive tools, but the aggressive tool that Healthy Diet food groups has been working with has been that big bubbler. Though, with Commentator's Curse happening, they are right in that tower using that Tacticooler to cover face very well, and that's going to get them the lead very quickly.
There's the lead, and the Booyah Bomb coming out as well. Kai using all their shots to take that big bubbler down. Kai, though, will fall atop the tower. Spec gonna get the cleanup shot there. That'll ensure nobody can stop the knockout, and Halcyon rolling through the momentum does not let an early push of the tower dissuade them from making their own, and it's a knockout magic to give Halcyon the 2-1 match lead.
Let me tell you, when I am a snipe rider and I am facing down a Splatana Stamper that is underneath the ledge below me and is about to charge up and flick at me, I'm not going to be having any kind of awareness to go ahead and snipe that player. That was precise and impressive from Spec, a player who we haven't spoken about much so far, but is doing a standout job on keeping things collected for the members of Halcyon. That responsibility of using that sniper rider is important, and a good pilot needs to be in the driver's seat.
It's a back and forth game. It's a back and forth match as well, Siren. It's been so fun to watch. We got the initial push to 25 and then the knockout for Halcyon. We are going to be changing modes again for game 4, of course, and it will be Rainmaker. So let's go over those Rainmaker rules. Siren, would you please do the honors?
Well, alright. In Rainmaker, we pop that Rainmaker shield and take control of the Rainmaker. Carry the Rainmaker to a checkpoint pedestal and then advance the Rainmaker to the goal in the opponent's territory. If neither team reaches the goal, the team who comes closest to the goal wins.
Perfect job. And we'll stick with you for the stage that's been selected. If Museum de Alfonsino is no longer on the table, this is one of a couple that I would expect them to go to. It's Undertow Spillway that is going to be our stage of choice. What do you think for this map and stage and mode combination?
Well, I definitely want to see Healthy Diet food groups use the big bubbler in a little bit more of an aggressive and fighting fashion rather than to just protect the objective, right? That Rainmaker is going to have to be safe no matter if there's a big bubbler there or not. And honestly, sometimes it's actually really easy to just throw a bomb right at that force field and have it explode right in the Rainmaker's face. So you have to be careful. And I want to see them make sure that they have the room for the Rainmaker to move.
And Siren, as somebody who's played competitively, what generally has been your mantra when you're playing this mode? Do you like to get an early pick and then go off of that? Do you like to make sure there's a 2 or 3 down situation before you push? Where sort of do your allegiances lie or strategies on this mode?
You hit the nail right on the head. I was once told by a very wise coach that every special you have is kind of like having another man on the field. So I like having at least 2 or 3 people down on the opponent's team, and then on top of that, having a special to boot. So we'll see if these teams are able to carry that momentum through, or maybe not.
Well, if that's the case, when we do get into the game, it'll truly be an 8v8, if you will, with 4 players and 4 specials per team. But that does give us some time to go back to Magic here and get your opinions on this map, or on this stage rather. I know that this, along with Museum and also Humpback Pump Track, seem to be the most common choices for Rainmaker as a mode. Why do you think that is, and why do teams keep coming back here?
It's something that you can't really put into words other than it just feels like a good Rainmaker map, right? There's nothing that can really stop you when you get going. It's nice to have all of that room to move and to also defend from.
It is an interesting layout for a map, I will say. You've got kind of that glass, almost sniper perch area. You've got 2 ways you can go. If you're looking to just get to that first checkpoint and nothing else, you can go over to the right-hand side. But Siren, the majority of teams do tend to go to that far left-hand side, the pedestal that's almost in the corner of the map. And then we'll try and contend with either the uninkable bridge or what I've been dubbing the horseshoe of doom, going around another uninkable area, that sort of U-shaped circle. Why does that tend to be the preference, or any other facets of this map you expect either of these teams to exploit?
Well, I'm totally with you there. I feel like you understand the trends of this particular stage. Teams really like taking that left checkpoint, even if it's a little bit of a pain to get to at times, just because winning that fight afterwards and carrying over any sort of plays that you have afterwards is so much easier. You can go up that ramp, but you have to be confident that you are just going to explode right in their face as you're doing that, because there's really it's fighting a brick wall the whole time. It's not easy to continue with. And honestly, I'm quite the fan of the Horseshoe of Doom. I like going around that. It has a giant wall above it, so if they don't have any kind of range or area of effect weapons like a blast or anything like that, it can be really difficult for them to deal with you, and you can get a lot of extra points on the board, and sometimes the lead is all you need.
Well, and I have seen Rainmaker carriers kind of back boost themselves, like they'll just fire the tiniest little shot and it'll give them a little bit momentum going around the, again, Horseshoe of Doom to the other side. But I think we have our game 4 available to us, so let's get into it. Halcyon has won the last 2. Healthy Diet Food Groups trying to get back into it and force a game 5. Magic already seeing a couple of notable changes. I'm noticing, at least for Kai, a heavy edit, as well as for Blop, a Bamboozler and Ziff on that Dapple Dualies.
Right, the Tacticooler has decided to swap hands for Healthy Diet Food Groups, and Ziff, although his hands are probably not full at this point holding on to it, is going to be the one putting on the pressure, as well as putting a lot of paint on the ground in spots that are needed, and also putting out that Tacticooler, as well as being in that range to help out the teammates when possible. And that's why some folks prefer the Dapple Dualies on maps where there's a lot of close quarters fights.
Well, Kai being beset upon by all sides, they're able to get the pick onto Ziff despite dodging 2 different bombs. Not surprising to see the support player be the one to pick up the Rainmaker. However, they will fall for the moment. The rest of Halcyon there to see if they can pop the Rainmaker shield. But Siren, a couple of 1v1s breaking out. Healthy Diet Food Groups trying to make sure that they're on good defense as they switch over to offense.
Yeah, I like the way that they've been moving so fast. You can see Ziff did pop that Tacticooler pretty recently, so feels very comfortable grabbing that Rainmaker. Eevee playing cleanup crew with that Decapitator as Ziff just holds on for dear life, has to force to back up just a little bit and stay alive here, but not wanting to ruin that counter and run back into their base, something you really want to avoid with Rainmaker. Does move up into this corner here, just putting it into a spot where they can get splatted very peacefully and not feel too bad about it.
Well, quick shout out to Zar too, our spec cam operator for the day, helping to catch that carnage, basically putting the Rainmaker back where it spawns, as with about a minute and a half gone by, only a push up to 87. Blop sitting on the Killer Whale 5.1. Ziff, it feels like Magic, they've had a bit of trouble staying alive, but if they do, they could be a secret weapon as Halcyon pushes forward again.
Right, and they were trying to use that high ground area to dive onto an unsuspecting opponent, but unfortunately, Halcyon was expecting them. Here, they need to be expecting themselves on the side of Healthy Diet Food Groups. This Rainmaker, oh, we run forward. This is a big, big push. 17 points remaining is massive on this map mode. Of course, no lead in Rainmaker is safe, but that is going to put them in very good position for the rest of this game. They could even start wanting to defend for the rest of the match if they wanted to.
And it does feel like oftentimes getting across this kind of bridge area is the key. It's where if you're not going to get a knockout, it's where a lot of pushes will succeed. Healthy Diet Food Groups, Eevee just the only player alive as they will go down and get splatted by Halcyon, who is looking to make the push continue here. They're able to get the pop, but they're facing some heavy defense. Caden gonna go down right after Spec. Halcyon maybe just trying to keep whatever they've built up going. In the meantime, though, Siren, Healthy Diet Food Groups with another Tacticooler online, 3 specials at their disposal, although they will lose 1 as their Splatana Stamper goes down.
Yeah, very unfortunate to be going down here right as you're trying to regain your footing in mid. We can see Ziff trying to run through, maybe get a pick onto Spec, but Spec using the great range they have on that Stamper and standing back and just saying, hey, all right, I'm going to take this fight on my terms and you got to deal with it.
Well, Caden trying to make sure that they're not going to get splatted. A couple of Healthy Diet Food Groups members looking their way. Evie also going to fall, so that's pick for pick there, tit for tat, as Storm backs off. Those same specials, it appears, have been online for Healthy Diet Food Groups forever. I think finally they come out here as Halcyon kind of allocating themselves a bit right, just mainly defending, as Healthy Diet Food Groups has yet to make a push of their own.
And this is something that I think is important for teams at all levels, but is especially notable at the highest of levels, right? Because your opponents are so strong and so smart with their special weapons. The teams that do best at mitigating them just succeed tenfold. That's why Halcyon was just trying to sit back in that mid ground, wait out the crazy explosions, and were able to make this dive forward, even if they didn't get super far. What matters is that they're making sure that clock was running down and not letting Healthy Diet Food Groups get any amount of a chance with those specials.
And that splat we saw in the Rainmaker, I think, might be part of why they brought Ziff over on this weapon, the Dapple Dualies. It just creates mayhem and confusion for the Rainmaker carrier, who all you can really do is shoot a shot at your feet and hope that it gets the splat. But Siren, a couple trade outs here in mid, Halcyon losing a couple members, maybe some time for one final push in the waning seconds of this one.
Yeah, Healthy Diet Food Group really going to desperately try and go for this checkpoint here before the overtime counter starts. Having to dunk that during that period of time leaves you very vulnerable. It's a lot harder to win after that point. But speaking of making it harder to win, going 3 down in the last 7 seconds of the game is not the way to make it easy for yourselves. And that is going to be a very, very clean victory for the members of Halcyon there.
Too little too late, as we saw a pretty decently back and forth match between the 4 and 5 seeds, as it should be. But Halcyon avoiding the game 5 scenario, they will win the match 3-1. Very enjoyable first match of the day. Magic, what did you see? What did you like?
What I really liked was the effort that was put in by everyone on the field, but especially Healthy Diet Food Groups. They were not letting up, right? They were going and trying and putting themselves out there until the very end, and that is commendable. And I know that these players are, kicking themselves at the current moment, but are always trying to get better. But Halcyon especially, they made sure that every duck was in that row, and they were crossing the street, and they got to the other side unscathed.
Duck, chicken, it's all effectively the same. And Siren, this is not the end of the day for Healthy Diet Food Groups. They will be participating in the loser side of the bracket. Based on what you've seen, is there anything that you're looking forward to from them? Or on the flip side, anything that has made you feel more impressed or changed your impression of Halcyon's chances?
Okay, well, I think a lot of teams work super, super well under pressure, and I think at this point it's going to be a bit of a coin flip for Healthy Diet Food Groups to see how well they perform in the losers bracket, because at this point they could either go, darn, my spirit is really crushed, or they could go like, okay, time to lock in, we gotta win every single set after this one. And I honestly think it could be the latter. With that being said though, Halcyon putting on a great showing here. It's only going to get more difficult as that bracket continues, so I hope they were able to pick up some skills and some traits and maybe some lessons and move on and take those dubs as the bracket continues.
Well, speaking of bracket, let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket as it stands now. Our top 8, showing off the matches that are going on or already have concluded. Milky Way dispatching of Hypernova to the losers bracket in a sweep 3-0. That will be the team taking on Halcyon, who we just watched defeat Healthy Diet Food Groups 3-1. On the lower side of the bracket here, 5 sweeping through Duck Motif. Another impressive showing from them so far this week. And last match still ongoing as For the Win, who did not play in our regular season week 1, up 2-1 on Fofofo, and it appears For the Win did close it out. So that is 2 3-0s and 2 3-1s, including For the Win versus Fofofo. That means in the loser side of the bracket, Healthy Diet Food Groups and Hypernova will compete against each other, as you see, but Duck Motif will have to take on For the Win. And And Magic, you know, a couple of ladder results from that quickly to talk about before we look at our next match. For the win, defeating Hypernova twice, 2-0. We have Milky Way defeating Hypernova 2-0, and also a couple of teams that looked close but that didn't make top 8, 2-0 over Rain Dance, and a close 2-1. I believe the only game Milky Way dropped was against Fofofo. Fofofo still in it, of course. What from this bracket surprises you, or is it pretty par for the course?
I would say this is pretty par for the course. There was a chance for Duck Motif to maybe make a little bit more of a stand, but I think in general, it's pretty much exactly what I expected personally. Hypernova not even taking a game off of Milky Way might seem like, oh wow, I thought this team was going to be like excelling and doing really well, but I believe they're playing with not their complete usual roster today, as well as Milky Way might just be really, really trying to make sure they are taking things down, especially after the showing last week where they dropped a set against 5.
Hearing from K-Bot, the coach of Hypernova, that indeed Henlo was subbed out, could not play this week, so Half was the substitute player for Hypernova. They, of course, are still alive there in the losers bracket. But let's shift to the winners bracket match that we will be spectating next. It is 5 versus for the win, the 2 and 3 seeds taking each other on in this best of 5 for winners semifinals. Siren, it's 1v4 and 2v3. All of the expected teams, at least by seeding, made it through to our winners semifinals. Any changes you think are going to happen, or could this one pretty much go the same way that we've been seeing?
I mean, look, Ladder was right this time. I was wrong. Ladder was right. They got the seeding right for that first round. So I you know what? I don't think that it could get wrong from here on out, right? I think it's only going to continue to be accurate. I think that team that had the best score in Ladder is probably going to be the one that comes out on top in bracket as well. Just my estimation, unless, you know, something crazy happens, but that would be my guess at this point.
Well, I'm pretty sure you have some TOing experience, and thankfully, no TOs to harp on about the seeding. This one was all determined from the ladder. We have not gotten yet to discuss the rules for Splat Zones, and I believe that's the mode that we'll be looking at first. So let's take a look at the rule set for Splat Zones, and Magic this time. Why don't you do the honors?
Well, Splat Zones, there's got a nice big area with some pretty little lights around it that your team is going to have to put some ink on in order to control it. And when that count goes all the way down to 0 from 100, that's when you knock out your opponent and you win that game. But if neither team achieves that knockout, whatever team has the fewest count at the end will win.
And we already have, Siren, our mode and stage combination. It is not a stage that we have gotten to witness on stream today. Urchin Underpass, the stage going to be here for Splat Zones. I see Magic pumping his fists up. It's a rather large, a bit deceiving of a map in that way, but for Splat Zones, a lot of the focus likely to be in the center.
Oh yeah, and this is exactly the way that the stage has been played recently with the recent addition into Splatoon 3. However, these long side corridors up on that high ground are some things that I haven't been seeing used to the fullest effect and are great ways to put on pressure, to get back into the game from a different angle, and I'm really expecting the teams that are using that to its best ability with long-range weapons are going to be able to put on a ton of pressure on that zone.
And Siren, these two teams very prevalent in the scene, whether on the team that they're playing with today or just in particular. Any weapons, either regardless of team or from these two teams today, that you would expect to work well on this mode and stage combination?
Oh, well, Urchin Underpass, just as a stage in general, has been really popular with these short-range weapons, so even really prevalent backline, long-range players, people like Basil have been switching to shorter-range picks just for this one in general. I think just with the curviness and how tight the middle of the map is, it can be really difficult for those particular weapons to thrive, and I like to think of different cooler picks, tacticooler picks that people go with. You might see an NZAP, you might see what Ziff pulled out, those Dapple Doolies, just because a lot of teams love having them on Urchin Underpass just in general. So I'm excited. I'm excited to see both of these teams pull them out. I know how versatile FTWin is as a group, and I'm excited. I think this is the first time I'm getting to see 5 in the Splatoon 3 NA League.
Yeah, FTWin, kind of a return to form for them. Such dominance across the legacies of the various Splatoon games. Their roster, Hexen, Biscuit, Sam, and Kyo, the primary players for 5. Similarly to Hypernova Magic, they were actually, it was kind of the opposite. They were playing with a sub in week number 1. They had Zenith on weapons like the Heavy Edit. Now bringing, I believe, Wave back in to take on that backline role with Soldier, Goss, and Thunder rounding out the rosters. What do you make of those two?
Well, I'm super excited. FTWin has been revitalized in recent months with the addition of Hexen to the roster, and they've been looking really solid, not quite at the level of dominance that they had been shown for years and years. But on the other side, we also have 5, who is looking spectacular. This is probably my pick to win the entire event, and I'm so excited to see them when they have Wave, who is that master of those long-range weapons.
Well, not only did they look spectacular, but 5 and For the Win played each other in the ladder round. It was 2-0 in favor of 5. Shout out once again, Czar, our spec cam operator, and Siren. Let's take a look at these weapon compositions. Anything sticking out to you?
Honestly, as a Rapid Blaster enthusiast myself, I'm kind of shocked to be seeing that Winter coming out here, given how long range it is. I understand it for taking these fights up on these hills here. It's not quite the fastest tactical or deployer, but hey, doesn't seem like it's going to be too much of a problem here.
Well, and another weapon that we're currently spectating, the Heavy Splatling. Not something that we see a whole bunch, but a pretty decent kit with that Sprinkler and Wave Breaker magic as we see the lead trading back and forth.
Right, and it really is one of those things that people have theorized is going to be really strong if it just got a different kit. It was a little bit better, right, if it had the supporting special in Tacticooler, but here, when it doesn't need to be the one that has it, it's looking like it's poised to be in everyone's faces, running around this wide map and being able to put out constant pressure with that really nice ink efficiency. So we're going to see here, FTWin is already looking like they're making the fullest use of it, but they still have to get through the front lines of 5 who are going to be stopping them at every turn.
Yeah, speaking of in your faces, I think that's mainly been the combat style of this one. The zone, it's a 1-zone map and deceptively small for as large a map as Urchin Underpass is. We see the beacon come down. That's going to allow some jump-ins for the win as they pass the halfway mark here, Siren, and still with that Booyah Bob online from Sam.
I was really impressed seeing Hexen's play just a moment ago, using that Wave Breaker almost like a pseudo teammate as they stayed in those hills, taking that fight by themselves. And it was quite the journey for the members of 5 to even get back in here and paint that zone. FTWin did that damage, even though based on their player count, it didn't look like they were going to be able to stay up there for as long as they did. So doing a really good job here, holding up that momentum, popping that Tacticooler. I think Soldier's here and camping to stay.
It is a party in the Hollywood Hills here as Soldier not abashed from being marked. They will go down though, the assist being claimed there by Sam, and this could be the opening for the Win to take it back. They did lose 55 points there to 5, but they've now given them that penalty over as we close in on the halfway mark of this one. The Mint Decavitator, something we also haven't talked about a ton. It's going to deploy the big bubbler here as For the Win Magic, it looks like, are going to set up to the right of this zone.
And this is piloted by a player that is normally has one weapon and one weapon only that is everywhere in the current event today, but instead Kyo is deciding no, Mid Decavitator is way too strong. It gets so much value with that bubbler, with its one-shot slashes, and it is proving very well as they are looking to try and knock this one out with 2 minutes remaining, Zach, and already Kyo is being the other person that is in their faces.
Kyo, known for the slosher, and in fact, trying to get the pick there onto Wave, and does. That will about do it as For the Win cleans it up. They're going to get a little bit of retribution here. The point I wanted to make, the slosher from top 8 of week 1, the most played weapon with 46 instances. The next highest being 52 Gal with 42 uses, and the Snipe Rider 41. So a couple of weapon changes from the last match that we saw, Siren, but still a very fun game 1.
a very fun game one, and I really like the format that we have going on for the league because it's so interesting seeing some of that power be shifted into the hands of the team that won that first game. So looking at this now, FTWin has all the power to go, all right, we're taking you to Clampless, we're taking you to Turf War even. I would love to see Turf War. My fingers are crossed for Turf War. And I mean, what could be the next best pick after Splat Zones other than Turf War? If you know you can, if you understand that you can control the ground super well and win fights, why not?
Siren brings up a great point as a reminder. Once a mode or stage is played in that match, it cannot be played again as well. The winning team gets to choose the mode and the losing team gets to choose the stage. Magic, speaking of modes, it looks like Rainmaker is where we're going back to, so we've only been apart from the mode for, I believe, one game.
Well, Rainmaker, I think, is something that teams feel like they have solved in a way. They feel like, oh, okay, if we can just force them onto this mode where we have all of the momentum, all of the control, and we just get one really nice aggressive push, we can just lock them out. We can just put that Rainmaker in a spot where it is inaccessible and prevent anyone from going there as long as they don't pop it. And so that's probably what FTWin is thinking. They think they've got this one in the bag if they can just make one solid push.
And multiple players in this ladder, in this event, they've finished top 50, top 10, even top 5 on certain modes in X-Rank battle. Should be a fun one. And Siren, we do have the map. I mentioned it before. It's not one that we've seen today, but it is one that I at least would associate with Rainmaker. Humpback Pump Track for this one.
I love to see it. Humpback Pump Track is like the true classic Rainmaker stage for all you OG veteran Splatoon players out there. Really solid checkpoints to be having here. There's these corners that you can take, and they're kind of they're really difficult to push past, and that's why they're so good. You want the Rainmaker to have a difficult journey. As unfortunate as it is for the team pushing up, it's great for the team defending. It gives you more opportunities to stay in the game, and you know, it leads to matches that aren't just 1 minute long. And I you know what, I'm glad to be here.
I'm also glad to be here. I mentioned the Horseshoe of Doom on Undertow Spillway. This map, Humpback Pump Track, is actually where I originated that phrase, because on Rainmaker especially, the map feels so small because you take the Rainmaker from atop that sort of King of the Hill style, well, hill, and you go such a short distance to the first pedestal, and then you round that corner and you literally have to pass by, Magic, the enemy spawn in order to get it to that second pedestal.
Exactly, Zach. It is treacherous is an understatement. This is the corridor of doom. It is so difficult because there's all of this high ground, there's all of this pressure that can be put out very easily from a very safe distance, and you have to try and put as much into your wind and sails as you can.
And some notable weapon changes here, Siren, as we get into this one. Wave going to be making use of the splatter scope sitting on that sniper lip. They're also going to have Thunder on the NZAP 85. On the opposite side of things, as Kyo goes down, it's going to be a ballpoint Splatling Nouveau to round out for the wins comp.
That is something very exciting to me. You don't see that Nouveau coming out very often at all. It's really been outclassed by, well, at least considered outclassed by a lot of people with that Sniper Rider 5H being able to play the role of backliner and support at the same time. But we're seeing that split up once again with that Dapple Doolies coming out here. I love seeing these unique comps coming out from FTWin. And, you know, speaking of FTWin, they're going to have to roll back onto the front foot here as they do win that initial fight, and they're continuing to hold things up very well in mid.
Well, that's just how quick it is to get the Rainmaker to that first checkpoint, Magic. Both teams, as they trade blows here, swapping to a style of the Protect the Pufferfish Rainmaker carrier that involves the ink vac that we're seeing the Splatterscope, or not employ soon, but the Ballpoint Splatling Nouveau employ instead.
And this is exactly why you can just get a lot of safety and then a lot of pizzazz. That is a fireworks show for Feed the Win, and already they've pushed it all the way to 9. They probably could have gotten to that pedestal and completely knocked it out if they had gotten a little bit more of a chance. And Zach, one thing I want to mention is that, like Siren was saying, there are some veterans in the room. I remember the days when the ballpoint nouveau was everywhere, and there were even 2 or 3 of them on a team at once.
The times they are a change, and I know that well with my favorite weapon, the Tri-Slosher, also having its day of 2 or 3 weapons on a team composition at once. But for now, 5 looking to be creating some openings here. It's back and forth here as Kyo is going to fall once again. Soldier not yet picking up the Rainmaker. 5 really looking for their opening here, Siren, and it may need to come on the back of some of these longer range weapons to find the picks.
Look, if I had any other fodder for an essay about Inkvac, I mean, hey, wow, pinch me. Like, we have such a good, strong use cases here, both teams deploying them and getting their strongest pushes off of both. And look, we have both of them going off at the exact same time right now. It's kind of creating a bit of a paradox, and they're getting shot at that Rainmaker shield as Sam runs back into mid. Honestly, at this point, when there's 2 happening at the same time, best thing you can do is probably just get out of there and not even think about it.
Well, and it creates a slow field that makes it so difficult to get through. 5 making their best push of the day up to 22, but it's not going to be enough. Still a ton of time left on the clock, but Magic, this feels so typical. You might think, oh, both teams already pushing to 22 and 9. I don't know if they're going to get a good push like that again, but it's that small of a map where we could reasonably see some further pushes.
Oh, definitely. And already we're starting to see it formulate here on the side of 5. They've got the pressure, they've got those Rainmaker shots that are holding the team back, but the special weapons like the Zipcaster, even if they're not effective, they lead the charge and let the members of FTWin through and stop the push in its tracks. And you can already see the members of FTWin are just trying to bleed down this clock time. That is the most essential part when you get to this later half of the game on Rainmaker. You just have to make sure that you're not giving them more than what they need, especially not enough to formulate, like you said, a push that goes the distance.
Well, and Hexen helped originally to facilitate that by jumping off with the Rainmaker and resetting it back to mid. Sam trying to look to find Thunder there on the Zipcaster. Instead went for the Splatter Scope, but couldn't find either one. Burdened for choice, maybe, as they are also going to expend the triple Ink Strike, and it's not really going to find a whole lot. The Inzap going to go down, so that may slow as we see a nice shot there onto Wave. Not able to get the tap shot off, but Siren, less than a minute to go. 2 down for 5. They're going to have to regroup and get those specials online quickly.
Look, a lot of teams would be playing this very safe, but I just don't think I could be sitting comfortable on a 9 push if I'm dealing with an Inkvac machine like that ballpoint nouveau on the side of 5. So they have to be very careful here. I can see Kyo is playing a little bit more safe, has that Tacticooler as one safety net, and sitting down in that bottom left corner, a very difficult spot for that Rainmaker to be if you're the team that's trying to regain that lead. Honestly, they're playing a whole different strategy for the remaining half of this game. You can see them sitting on that Inkvac for the last 10 seconds here, but what are they going to do with it?
Well, and we got a great view of Goss there, just how elusive they are, and getting a couple splats as we enter overtime. So Thunder, the designated Rainmaker carrier, they're going to lose 2 for FTWin, including the Dapple Duelies who will respawn. The Splatana, the other one going down. They're going to have the Inkvac. It's trying to suck up as much as it can, but the Wave also having the Inkvac online for 5. The triple Ink Strike not going to find anything. The Slosher is down though for 5, and they need to jump back in quickly. Wave seeing if they can get some pot shots. Not able to take out Sam, but Thunder does survive, and they might have a little bit of a path. Do they have enough room to move forward? They do have the splash wall blocking some incoming ink, but they're going to have to make their move quickly. The Killer Whale 5.1 coming out, and another splash wall goes down just as quickly as it came in. Gets the splat onto Hexen, following the path, but backs off. That might have been their opening. Just about 10 seconds left to push. Do they have enough? They're way blocked by the triple ink strike. 5 seconds left to go. Do they have enough? And no, a couple of paths created for 5, but not following, or could not follow any of them far enough to take the lead. And FTWin, Magic, holding on to get another win here.
That was one of the most electric defensive showcases I have seen in all of my years watching Rainmaker. That was so precise. Every single movement, every single shot flung out, every bit of ink flung, that was executed in such tandem that there was no entry points for that Rainmaker. It was guarded every single time. And even though a lot of the members of 5 were able to use those specials to get a lot of members of FTWin down, that was not enough. The splats weren't enough. It really came down to the paint, and right at that second when Thunder thought, I got this, Kyo started sloshing and had to try and just dip back and forth, bait him out, but even then, it wasn't enough.
Executed in tandem and in pandemonium. As Siren, I will continue to rely on you for your competitive experience and expertise. What goes through your mind, whether you're the Rainmaker carrier or you're the team that's trying to reclaim the lead? What were these teams maybe thinking in that moment?
I think probably somewhere along the lines of, oh no, one of them's back. Never did they have a proper opening or a window at the end of that game there, and I think that really speaks to the beauty of FTWin's defenses and their skill and their knowledge to not freak out too much. You can do it a little bit, but once it gets to a point where all 4 of you are down at the same time, that becomes a problem. However, although it looks messy to us, I think it was executed beautifully. You gotta give your opponent some false confidence that they can move close enough to your base where you're respawning fast enough. And I'm just teasing now at that point, Zach. But you know, at the end of the day, they had maybe not the safest lead, but a safe enough one to take that one out.
Yeah, and you may have heard of layering specials. How about layering people? How about layering Inklings and Octolings? One would jump out, and then another would jump out, and you'd still have 1 or 2 on that high ground, and it was never truly safe, as you mentioned, for Thunder to push forward here. Now, we do have our mode confirmed for game number 3. This is the one where 5, if they're going to make the reverse sweep here, it needs to start now, and it's going to be Clam Blitz for the mode. Now, Museum has not been picked yet for this match. Magic, do we go back there, or maybe do you hypothesize another stage stepping in?
Because it would be really nice for Wave, I'm trying to think from that player's perspective, to have those long-range options available where even if Rafa is on those Splatlings, could still have a lot of presence, say, on something like an E-leader. So Museum would be great for that. However, not super mobile when trying to score and not the most useful. You basically have one member that's not going to be able to really approach the basket. You have to start thinking, is this going to be what I want to see?
Well, it will not be Museum d'Alfonsino. We've seen this map on zones, and now it is time to swap over to Clam Blitz. It's Umami Ruins for a potentially deciding game number 3 between 5 and FTWin. Winner moves on to winners finals, and the loser goes down to the losers bracket. And Siren, a couple of changes. I'm seeing both teams sporting at least 1 Splat Dualies.
Yeah, I am kind of surprised to see it, but at the same time I'm not. And I think Thunder is making the perfect showcase of why I'm not surprised to see this at all. That Crab Tank is so well known on this stage in particular. You can pop it from a lot of different places, and it will have some sort of meaningful impact on the state of the game at any given moment. And it really does help you deal with those Snipe Riders, which otherwise would be very uncontested on such a large stage like this one.
Well, and to your point, the Splat Dually is the 4th most commonly used weapon in regular season week 1 with 35 uses, and this stage may have something to do with that, with how potent you discussed the Crab Tank to be, as Kyo gets a nice slash there for the pick, looking for a potential second there onto Soldier, but poised on his own petard. It is the Slosher taking Kyo out. Magic, as Rafa sitting back with a power clam, waiting for their opportunity to strike.
Waiting for the opportunity, waiting to give the teammates an opportunity, as is so often what needs to happen, allowing those super jumps to fly in, allowing Hexen to go into the middle of 3 unsuspecting Inklings and Octolings and just laying down the Crab Tank on the table, forcing them to jump back. And this is what needs to happen on the side of FTWin, is to rely on that long range, rely on those specials that are going to allow you to open up that door. And even if there's a long hallway to walk down, that's the first step.
And FTWin relying on that tactical, whereas they are basically in a 3v2 Kyo, trying to see if they can make something happen. They do get the big bubbler down, but Kyo will fall as a result. Thunder and Goss holding strong that 52, such a potent 2-shot splat potential weapon. Thunder seeing if they can build up another Crab Tank here, Siren, but it's been more of a neutral game with FTWin holding 21 clams, at least before that splat. Is that liable to break anytime soon?
I don't think so. Both of these teams having very evenly matched fighting skills, as we can see so far in this game. Sam just breaking through Soldier's bucket and able to win that fight, is able to protect their spawn for a little bit longer, and is able to kind of chuck that burst bomb out at the power clam holder. And it seems like anyone holding a power clam so far in this game is a guaranteed target for the opposing team. No one is safe, really.
Hexen trying to stay safe, although they are marked as anyone holding the power clam is, throwing it over to a teammate as they try and maintain the map control that they have painted over in at least their spawn side, as 5 is currently winning that battle just halfway or a little bit more than halfway through the match. The triple ink strike going to come down right by where the basket is, and Wave going to break the ice here as they get the power clam in. 6 clams still available from Goss and more as they get a couple out. They get 1 of 2 required shots to get the splat, a couple marked by the killer whale as well. Kill will fall. They get the second onto Hexen, cannot find the third onto Rafa Magic as they hold strong, but the first lead of the game going to 5.
And that's a great start out there, right? You need to get some ground. You need to try and make a little bit of progress, even if it's not as much as you wanted, and back away if the goings get tough. At the end of the day, it's not going to be, especially on this stage of Umami, you're not going to get it all at once. It's very, very difficult. But once you get that lockout solidified, then the points start flowing. They just haven't gotten to that point, as FTWin is trying to get it on their side.
And it feels like, especially on a map like this one, that cliche saying game of inches, it really does feel like a game of inches because you're just hiding behind the smallest boxes, the smallest little areas here, as we see 2 splats and a break on the barricade. Hexen locking it down with range, trying to back Wave off. They get some hits with the alternative fire, but Wave will survive at least for now. Thunder going to go down as Hexen allows the jump in. That is the lead, and a power clam coming through, and Siren, this push still going.
Yeah, I love the positioning that Hexen took there, almost playing safe jump-in spot for their teammates with those power clamps to come out there, having the armor of that crab tank almost used perfectly as a shield, and great timing for FTWin, and just allowing them to get a really, really strong singular push, which is really all you need at the end of the day when you look at things, right? We've seen it earlier in this in the tournament bracket where we get a lot of small pushes, but this is what you want to be seeing in Clambless.
Well, 5's chance at a sweep rests on the 22 clams that they hold. They're able to get 1 power clam in. They, I think, have a second one. They're going to content themselves with smaller clams for now, and they take the lead as a result. They get enough clams in. They're still holding onto the power clam. It goes in there. 4 more if they want to get the knockout, but 5 seconds left. Will they even need it? Rafe trying desperately to stay alive in the big bubbler here. They get to overtime. Soldier goes down, but it's going to be a tight one, Magic, as overtime goes through.
Well, it's definitely going to be dicey here. There's only a few more seconds left on this overtime clock, and they haven't even started moving towards that opposing clam basket. They need to start trying to run, but I don't think there's any time left, Zach. That's going to be 5 starting to show some signs of life. They are not going down without a fight.
Eking back into the equation. They've not been super emphatic victories, I will say, but they have been strong, and 5 showing some resilience there, not being afraid of losing the lead a little bit there. Siren, that back and forth action that we see, and that's earned them at least a game for avoiding the sweep. And as mentioned earlier, these two teams did, I believe, play in the latter matchup. 5 did win that one 2-0, so they maybe feel like they want to prove that that wasn't a fluke.
Yeah, and look, we've talked a lot about how old we are, but it's really rare for people who have been around as long as we are to see FTWin show any signs of weakness. And we've talked about maybe their arc of coming back into the game and trying to be as strong as they were before. It's going to be a part of the journey for sure for them to have these moments. But look, they have won the North American champions several times before now. They want to reclaim that crown. They have that drive. I think getting put in the spot where they're going to be counterpicking the stage and not the mode is only going to put more wind into their sails. They're going to say, all right, actually, that's what we wanted to do. We wanted to pick the stage. We understand anything, that you throw at us. Let's deal with it, right?
And Hexen, notably a winner of the 2017 championships. That is a long time ago, 8 years, and still playing competitive Splatoon at the highest level. It looks like, Magic, we do have our next mode and stage available. No turf war, unfortunately, as of yet, so we're gonna have to wait for a Game 5 for that to come through. In the meantime, we'll expend our last remaining ranked mode. It will be Tower Control on Mako Mart.
Tower Control on Mako Mart, this is something that has been everyone's favorite go-to, it seems like, alongside Inkblot. But even then, I'm starting to see a lot of folks like Moonlight, and there was another team that, first sign of it, they decided to go for that one. It's very tight corridors, as well as has those long sight lines from those high perches for those long-range weapons. It's a beautiful mashup of everything that allows every kind of weapon to succeed, Zach.
Well, and we know both of these teams love one long-range weapon in particular, and we're seeing it here. The Sniper Rider 5H making a return, almost mirrored compositions. The only change is being Goss on the 52 gal and Sam on the S-Blast 91, a weapon that's also seen its fair share of popularity, Siren. Pretty meta composition, if I say so myself.
Yeah, if you told me to close my eyes and picture a meta comp, this is probably what I would come up with. So, Tactical is coming out early. I love Sam jumping back to get that and rejoining the fight right away, even if it doesn't look that advantageous for them. Still going to continue running forward, and I love seeing that drive out of players. 5, on the other hand here, is going to run back, but I think they just see this as an equal opportunity to get back in here and say, all right, we saw FTWin almost go down at the beginning of the game here. What can we make happen as this first checkpoint closes in?
This map with one of the larger quote-unquote sniper perches that you'll see, but it also gives things like the Crab Tank a lot of room to breathe. They're taking a lot of heat, though, as Thunder gonna survive. They will take out Sam outside of the Crab Tank, not able to get Kyoto, who has swapped back over from that mint decap to the Slosher. So on what I think a lot of folks would consider one of, if not their main weapon, FTWin continuing their push, Magic, their best of the day so far.
This is already starting to show like the FTWin that folks have come to know, and for good reason. They have shown dominance here for a minute and a half. They have not let any amount of yellow paint through up until this point. Sam has been so good at poking around on that ledge with Kyo, and teaming up like that is so essential at the highest caliber of play to make sure that even if one player might get a lot of damage onto them, the other one is right there to clean it up.
Well, what do you do with a broken player? Apparently send your most advantageous flanker after them there, as Goss was able to track them down. Rafe gonna fall there, far outside of the action, in fact, as 5 will now take the lead themselves. Wave, of course, on the Sniper Rider, the one you typically would want to ride the tower. There's that pull in the middle that you can use to do some right peeking, but Rafe, not a slouch either on the same weapon. Thunder going to fall just outside of the range from getting Goss, and they are also the last surviving member, Siren, of FTWin, so 5 with a chance to extend their push even further.
Yeah, 5 looking really, really strong here. Wave just playing it safe around that tower. Isn't going to ride longer than they have to, but Sam with the double is able to pick off Soldier and that last other member. This is a great opening for FTWin to get back in here. Has their sights on one more member of 5 as they back up onto that right side stack on Mako. And look, we have these specials coming out. We have strikes at the ready. Sam is playing very precociously. Is able to get Soldier and understands exactly where every member of 5 is going to be hanging out when they're trying to defend their lead.
Great word, precociously, and great double there by Sam as we see the Crab Tank follow that up to make it a team-wide triple. Rafe now claiming some control of mid as FTWin trying to swing that pendulum all the way back. 5 seeing if they can put up some defenses. The Booyah Bomb comes out. They're going to have to back off at least a little bit. And for now, Magic, nobody, the Sniper Rider not really positioning on the tower like you would want. Kyo was on there for a second, but they're mainly just trying to hold mid, it looks like.
No, this is something that some players have been trying to assess recently is, do we want to have that long-range weapon riding the tower as it goes past somewhere where you're gonna just get a face full of bullets? Not really. You want to be riding for the first kind of portion of it, then sliding off, letting another teammate take it, and as you see here, for a good reason, because if one little misstep on the side of Rafa, and suddenly that sniper rider is down for the count.
Well, a lot of potential missteps as 5 players were down at that moment. It was a 2v1 for, I believe, FTWin, who's now kind of setting themselves up a little bit in front of this middle portion of the map. It feels like they've been here for a minute or even a little bit more. Sam maybe trying to use either of the firing modes that this S-Blast has. Does get a little bit of chip damage off onto Soldier, but can't find the pick in full. Now fully pushing the tower. Rafa and Hexen seeing if they can get Thunder. One still on the tower. Can they get the lead? They're at the second checkpoint. They do get the lead. It will flip over. Are they going to be able to get that full checkpoint? They have a few seconds left. Sam getting the Booyah Bomb off here. Siren jumping back on, and with 30 seconds left to go for the win, looking like they could close it out.
Absolute chaos surrounding this tower, and FTWin kind of playing it smart here. You see Hexen backing up into mid, staying away from that tower where the hot spot of this game is and where all that ink is getting flown at. But now, once again, Goth is in mid, trying to build up some sort of coverage here. 3 members of 5 sitting around that tower here as that cooler comes out. We're going into overtime, and we're not even dealing with a checkpoint to regain that lead. But it is not going to be for free. Those strikes are going to be landing right on top of the tower at perfectly timed intervals.
And that first strike is all you really needed. I think that was a Kyo double at the end there just to solidify things. It's such an intricate dance that you have to do on the tower as far as when to get off, when to stay on, especially when specials are berating you so. But a great, rather late game push by FTWin is going to solidify both game 4 and the match magic in their favor.
And they deserved every piece of it. I really have loved seeing not only the strategic prowess, right? The way that they've been approaching different angles, the way that they've been using Sam as a lethal weapon of all kinds of caliber, who is one of the newer members of FTWin, and allowing them to succeed. This is exactly what I had been hoping to see from them for a long time, and I'm so glad that they've finally taken themselves by the reins and pushed into a new light. I really want to see them perform all the way to the end today.
Yeah, Sam potentially being one of the key pieces that they were missing, filling an important niche, primarily playing weapons like the S-Blast 91, like the Sticker Splatana Stamper. And let's see, after that set, how the bracket looks. So our top 8 is going to shape out thusly. Here's what we have. Milky Way at the top of the bracket here on our other winners semifinals. They get a second sweep, this time over a Halcyon team that was looking very good, but now it will be Milky Way and FTWin in the winners finals. Lots of legacy names from the Splatoon community in that one. On our losers side, Healthy Diet Food Groups currently up 2-0 over Hypernova. They need, I believe, 1 more to close that out, or maybe already have. I see 5 there in the losers quarters finals. So 5 versus Healthy Diet Food Groups, and Fofofo 3-0 sweep over Duck Motif. They were, of course, in our week 1 and finished 4th in the standings. They're looking to continue raking in the points, but they will have to take down a very good looking Halcyon team in the losers quarterfinals before that will happen. So we'll go back to you, Siren. Anything you're looking forward to from either our winners finals or even the losers side of the bracket?
I am so excited to see Healthy Diet Food Groups continue on a little bit farther there. I thought the Hypernova set win was an upset, in my opinion. I don't know what you think, Zach, but I honestly, I'm just excited to see everything continue. I was staring at that bracket, and I'm just thinking, wow. I'm happy to see any of these teams play against each other. This is just like a great week to be watching the league, honestly. Maybe I'm biased.
Well, despite the coach's insistence for Hypernova that they were playing with a sub, I still think they would want, of course, any of the points that they can gather here. And for Magic, our winners finals, 2 very heavyweight teams. What are you looking forward to? What can we expect maybe in this winners finals?
There's going to be the craziness of FTWin, right? That constant aggression, that impressive pressure, and the smarts to go with it. And then on the other side, Milky Way. They make the game look effortless whenever I watch them play. It seems like every time they find someone that in a wrong spot, they just have everyone turn and that player is poof. It's so fun to watch them because it really makes it feel like, oh,
right, guys.
they're playing at a whole other level than I've seen, even in some of these teams in this tournament.
Well, we've got the winners finals coming up soon, but first we've got a little video package to show you some fun in the sun for some Salmon Run, something that you might look forward to for this Sunday tournament with Salmon Run. We'll go ahead and send it over to that Salmon Run package in just a moment.
All right, guys, so we've been playing Salmon Run for a little bit. We've been kind of getting warmed up. We're doing great. We've made some quotas.
Yeah.
I think our next goal should be to defeat a king salmonid. How do you guys feel about that?
Feeling pretty good about it.
Okay, cool. All right, so let's get into it. Let's play through these 3 waves. Hopefully, we'll see something happening after the end of the 3rd wave.
On this map, it's very important to not spend too much time out at those far away beaches. Every single salmonid will target one player, right? So if too many of the players are far away over there, a lot of the boss salmonids might end up following all the way out there instead of being anywhere by the basket, and that can get dangerous really fast. All your eggs are super far away, and if your friends get splatted, they're gonna be far away too.
That is
That's actually
true,
really
but we do have some big shots showing up on the edge of this beach over here. I think me and Vic have got this.
Yes.
Wonderful.
I'll keep things painted over by the basket, and that should be able
Very nice.
to be a good teamwork setup.
Yeah,
Yes.
I think this is a great setup for both of us.
Don't worry,
for all
Mellana,
of us.
I'll get that last egg.
Actually, we're doing really, really well.
Yeah.
Don't worry, Nox, I'll take care of all these salmonids so you can go and grab
Thank
that
you.
last egg.
I do like to get the eggs. It feels good to put them in the basket.
Right?
Awesome. That was great, guys. 39 eggs.
Hey! It looks like there is one boss salmonid hanging out right by this basket here. It sure would be nice to get rid of them, but sometimes you do have to wait. Oh,
It's okay, I got the
that
moths.
Drizzler is gone. Thank you.
I got the stinger, guys. Don't worry.
All right, thank you. And Magic and I have
I
got
took care of
that
the
Moz
Moz,
handled.
Yeah. Making sure it's all working out, and all in all, I think that this stage is really good for, you know, having certain folks that are staying up near the
Yes.
basket, because it's really easy to throw the eggs, right, that drop from the bosses all the way up to the top.
It is. It's so nice to be able to have those options, especially when a big shot happens to come out and you get those egg cannons. Be able to move those golden eggs even easier.
Ooh, and don't forget to paint the floor while we're waiting here.
Mud
the more
mounds.
ink, the merrier. Oh!
Really?
Wow.
Wow, we haven't seen this before yet. So, mudmouths are a very special type of night wave where you have to throw your splat bombs into the mouth of the mudmouth, and as you do damage to it, it will drop eggs for you. And every once in a while, you'll get this guy right here, this golden mudmouth. And these guys will release cohawks from their mouth, so it becomes a little bit more difficult, but they do drop many more eggs.
Yeah, during these night waves with known occurrences, it's always so interesting to see what different strategies work against things like mudmouths, like using specials like you were talking about.
Yeah, and I think what's really special about this is that you're not going to see a mudmouth in competitive Splatoon and PvP mode. But we do see them here, and they are quite fun.
They are.
They're
They're a
so
great
funny.
way of...
Yeah, they are funny.
They look so funny, just flopping around.
and they tend to be around where you get a lot of golden eggs to put in that basket.
I do love throwing my ink strikes at them and just seeing extra golden eggs come flying out as a little special treat.
Oh no, the egg!
Absolutely.
Aw, it's okay. We didn't see it.
Fell
Wait,
short
hold
again.
on.
I do
you
think
guys-
that jingle.
Yeah, do you guys hear that?
Oh?
Emergency! It's time.
All right.
All right.
Let's do this thing.
So
Let's
right
do
now
this
we have the
thing.
king salmonid Megalodontia, and we are ready to tackle this. Vic, what is the strategy for this?
So, the Megalodontia is like a very big Moz. It can also destroy enemy boss salmonids along the way. Your job? Lead the Megalodontia to the perfect spot and fire or throw golden eggs at that big red spot.
Oh no,
Okay.
I am so down.
But to do that, we have to take care of these bosses that are really putting a damper on these
Thank you.
attempts right here.
They do like to add some extra challenge to it.
And what's different about the king salmonid run is that we can use those golden eggs that we've collected in other rounds, but instead we use them as kind of like a cannon, so we can launch the golden eggs into the weak points of the bosses and of the king salmonid in order to kind of help us out a little bit.
Okay.
Always so important to do that.
I've got another set of golden eggs
right.
here. We're
Now,
looking
you see how this
pretty nice.
Megalodontia is going to run backwards here? Now, look where that blemish is, right where we can fire at it.
Okay.
Looking good.
Thank you for the tip, Vic.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay. Oh, Nox, get that
There we
revive.
go.
Oh, we're doing
Alright.
great, guys. This is
we're
looking
gonna
so
see
good.
this time.
Left to go.
The button's going to be on the back side, right where I'm standing.
And at this point, with how low the HP is, we can just use our main weapons on it.
Very nice. Let's go, team.
And you can
We
still
did
hit it
it.
if you want.
Oh,
First try. Look at this. Look, we can do a little dance.
Beautiful.
Sometimes I like to hold out the bomb and high five my teammates.
And maybe Mr. Grizz will give us something special for our hard work.
it's always
You know,
possible.
it's the power of friendship. That's the special thing that we earned.
It's always the
Wait,
power
I'm
of
also seeing
friendship.
these scales. What are these?
So we can use these scales as currency. There is a Salmon Run store, and you can use those scales to redeem for really cool things. You can redeem for equipment that you can use in competitive PvP, Splatoon. You can redeem it for cool banners. There are very, very special banners, gold banners, that you will need to collect a very special kind of scale, the gold scale. Wow, that was such a hard fight, but with teammates as reliable as Nox, Magic, and Vicvion, we made it happen. We hope that you love Salmon Run as much as we do, and if you do, don't forget to sign up for the Splatoon 3 North American League Sunday Scrim. We hope to see you there.
And that's just a bit of what you can look forward to playing Salmon Run in the Sunday Scrim. You can check that out every Sunday at noon Pacific time. But Magic, we have got our winners finals to look forward to, and we already have the mode and stage decided for Game 1. It's one that we've already watched today, Splat Zones on Urchin Underpass.
As much as I would love to spend a little bit more time out there working a shift, yes, we should get back to this event. It is going to be, once again, chaos in that tight corridor. As Siren was saying, short-range weapons all going to be in each other's grills, and I mean, they're gonna fry up a nice dish for us to watch, but it's gonna be a lot harder on them.
You're gonna make me hungry with all this talk about grilling and frying and things like that. Siren, we saw a few bit of changes in weapon compositions to suit this rather unique situation where it's a large map, but it's such a small portion of it that you actually play on. What do you expect to come through in this Game 1?
Well, we know now that FTWin is very used to playing on this particular stage and mode. They've had the warm-up in the last set, so I kind of anticipate them pulling out the same kind of stunts as last time. You'll see Hexen playing up with the specials, just a lot of aggressive movement, and maybe even Kyo getting out of his comfort zone again off of those sloshers into the decapitators. Milky Way, on the other hand, has been such a dominant team in this league so far. They are, like, they're super strong. However, I haven't seen what they have for this in particular yet. I feel like I associate them with, like, a lot of long range, though, so I feel like they're going to be kind of switching out of things a little bit. I'd like to know which team picked the mode and which team picked the stage.
Well, and let's talk about Milky Way for a second, because, you know, it's a team that we haven't really gotten to see today. They did finish the #1 overall seed in the latter portion of the tournament and had Magic a few nice victories, did only drop one game in the latter portion. That was to Fofofo, so a 2-1 victory over them. They did also play Hypernova twice and 2-0 them both times, and then a victory over a top 16 team in Rain Dance. But this is a pretty tried and true roster of Ice, Q, Jared, and Bran.
Exactly. Excuse me, Zach. It is going to be by far the most loaded in my mind in terms of the trophy cabinets of all these players, the star-studded roster. They have so much experience in tournaments just like this, on stages where crowds are cheering. They know what it's like to be under pressure, and I don't think anything scares them at this point. They are ready for whatever comes, and I'm really hoping that they tightened up a few things from last week, where 5 really managed to get a good a good number of plays against them. And I think that we're going to see that today.
A star-studded roster where 2 of the members came from Starburst, their former team, now coming together to build Milky Way, Siren. And to Magic's point, for those of you who haven't seen the regular season week 1 spoilers, but these teams, or Milky Way and 5, played 3 times last week to really duke it out and understand which of those teams was on top. With that sort of potential volatility, do we expect to see anything similar like that this week, or is Milky Way going to be deserving of that #1 seed that they earned in the latter portion?
I mean, if you'd asked me about an hour and a half ago, I would say maybe not. But I think at this point, the ladder has been very truthful and very honest. I can shake that Magic 8-ball and it'll give me the truth. Not to do any harm to you, Magic, but I think so. I think they've been just absolutely steamrolling the competition so far. And I just don't see any reason why that would stop now. It's super strong players. They know what they're doing. And more than anything else, they know who their opponents are at this point.
Please treat your Magic 8-ball with the due concern and the due care that it is deserving of. So on the opposite side, we'll take a look quickly at FTWin Magic. We've gotten to spectate them a little bit today. A 3-1 victory over a very strong team in 5, and a 3-1 victory over Fofofo, who was the team that was able to take the only game in the latter portion off of Milky Way. Do those small victories and the little battle-tested moments, will that translate over into a big game like this one?
It definitely helps, right? It gives them a little bit more confidence, a little bit more of a, yeah, sure, no, we got this. But at the end of the day, it's going to all come out to what's on the turf. These are players that have known each other for a very long time, right? And all of that history is going to come through on what we're going to see in the match, how much they know each other. Kyo has played for an iteration of Milky Way in a few events recently. There's a lot of back and forth that's going to be probably even beyond us.
And Kyo has looked rather strong today, both on the Slosher and I believe it was the Mint Decavitator that they were hitting some sweet flicks on to get some high damage output. But Milky Way, they are a team that in week 1 performed quite well. Have some stats here where they had the highest KA per minute at 10.3, as well as Q from Milky Way having the highest splats per minute with 3.33. So let's get into our first game of winners finals between Milky Way and FTWin. It's Splat Zones on Urchin, Underpass, and Siren. What do we see from a comp perspective?
Well, nothing surprising on the side of FTWin. They've pulled out basically the exact same thing, so I'm going to align my sights with the members of Milky Way here. Jared pulling out those, I believe they're the Twinkle Doolies, which have that big bubbler that they can use. I really like that. I think there's a prime spot to be picking fights on this map, and I expect Jared to be pulling up, rolling into their base and popping that big bubbler and just going to town. So right off the bat, FTWin taking this first fight and tapping the zone. Not too sure what we're grabbing beyond that. It kind of feels like Milky Way is playing this a bit slow on purpose, understanding the tempo of FTWin in this first minute here.
Yeah, Bran even jumping back to help their teammates. I noticed Ice, who in week 1 was on every iteration of the Splattershot Pro, including the vanilla one. They're on the newest one today, Magic, and just taking a little bit of the zone, but as Siren said, kind of biding their time, all things considered.
Right, they've got a little bit more of a comp that's not going to have a ton of paint at their feet. That Splattershot Pro Frozen, as well as the S-Blast 91, is going to not put down enough turf for them to move around if they're not careful. But the members of Milky Way know how to make most of these weapons even with that limited resource, and they're looking to gain the lead and push it all the way to the bank.
Well, one weapon we're also seeing make a return is that heavy Splatling trying to play around these corners. Same with Q, who's on the heavy edit. That's one option that we've seen a fair bit as another way to run that tactical or such a common special for a good reason, allowing those quicker jump-ins. You can see multiple members of FTWin boosted up by it right now. Sam having to jump away from the Tentamissiles that I believe Ice is pointing out. Gets the direct there onto Jaren. We'll see if anybody is in the big bubbler, but Siren, nobody found for now. FTWin getting closer to potentially taking that lead.
Now, one of the funniest things I find is seeing the rock, paper, scissors matchups that kind of happen with the S-Blast. Every time Sam pulls that out, I feel like they're looking for a different ledge to catch people under, and not quite finding much success that time around. FTWin is playing this very carefully. You can see Hexen playing corners, looking for people who might be hiding out somewhere on Milky Way. Those coolers are going to be coming out, and we're feeling very safe in these last 15 seconds of the game here, but running away from the zone, not wanting to get splatted on it or have those missiles come out, that could backfire for them if they're not able to cap, but hey.
FTWin comes through and pretty handily takes game 1, and Magic, this may be where the longevity of the map itself, it may not play a factor while you're fighting for the zone, but when you don't have either a tactical rebuff or a point at which to jump back to, something like a beacon or even the beacon in the middle of the big bubbler, it takes you a long time to get back, and Milky Way really seemed to fall victim to that.
Right, and on their way back, there at the end of the match there, Kyo was waiting with that mid decavitator with a giant samurai sword waiting to cut them to pieces, and was able to do so and hold them back, drag them away from the zone for just long enough to solidify that knockout. That is the tension of this stage, is trying to look at all those corners like you saw Hexen doing. That's where a lot of these crazy close quarters fights end up arising.
A brilliant visual there, as Kyo, as you mentioned, knows these players on Milky Way quite well, knows their preferences, knows even, I think, their strategies and where they would like to set up, even on what is the newest map to Splatoon 3, but is not necessarily a new map to the Splatoon franchise. And so, Siren, we are awaiting the selection for the mode and stage for game number 2. Thoughts on these two powerhouses and how they might match up as we at least get our mode for game 2, which will be tower control.
Okay, well, we've selected tower control. That's an interesting one. But both of these teams, as we talked about before going into this one, is that, like, they know each other so well. There has been a very mix and match kind of mindset, I think, in the top level of Splatoon, where you can just grab a group of players and they've probably played together as a team. Like, you can just, like, close your eyes, go that one, that one, that one, that one, and they've all played together on a team at some point in some event in the ongoing history of this game. So I think the understanding is there, like, what can we do, not just to benefit ourselves, but how can we hinder our opponent, right? And tower control, picking into something like that, you have to understand it. And we're actually going to be going into Crab Leg Capital, as we're seeing here, which is, I guess the best term for it would be niche. I'll pass that one back to you, Zach, to discuss Crab Leg more in depth for these teams and maybe the significance of that, though.
Well, I'm interested to hear Magic's perspective. He was kind of shaking his head and saying, okay, I can expect it. You did bring up a great point, though. The pickup culture is something that a format like this one, the ladder and the 8 weeks of regular season play, you don't necessarily have that. You have to dedicate yourself to a roster for at least the majority of these regular season weeks. So from that perspective, these teams are going to very much so know each other and their tendencies and what matchups go well and maybe don't go so well for them. Magic, for a Milky Way team that's trying to tie this match up at 1 apiece, how does Crab Leg Capital fit into the equation?
So I'm going to tie these 2 points together real quick. This is a counter pick of sorts, right? A true counter pick where there is a heavy advantage for players that specialize in certain things, right? And Q specializes in those long range fights, whereas Rafa is solid on this sniper raider as well, but is probably not going to be able to match up 1 for 1. And I think that's what they're betting on, as well as Ice's long range Tenta missiles and the crab tank to boot.
Well, speaking of 1-for-1, these compositions almost 1-for-1 the whole way through. The only difference being, as you mentioned, Ice's Splatter Shot Pro Winter there, or Frozen, as well as the S-Blast 91 that's going to come through. Again, Hexen getting on top of the tower first. They did build that Tactical up quite quickly. That is going to be one of the most important facets that your Sniper Rider 5H player can put out for you. And Siren, Milky Way looking to see how they can set up on the left side of the map here as that first push by FTWin comes to a halt.
Absolute chaos going down here in mid. Sam really loves getting up in people's faces while he takes those fights here, and that is just going to leave Bran as the last man standing on that tower, has those ink strikes ready to go, is going to want to deploy them as close to FTWin as possible. Sam does have that Booyah Bomb, is going to use it to clear that first checkpoint as FTWin pulls back into the stage. However, those Tenta missiles are going to make that quite tricky. Now at this point, Milky Way knows exactly which direction the members of FTWin are feeding in from.
Yeah, you mentioned chaos. Lots happening in that sort of corner court or cubby area. One of the Shiny Tips episodes actually featured this mode and stage combination as we see Q getting a couple of important splats. They will fall on top of the tower. There's no Brella canopy that can make overtime shenanigans happen if we do need overtime here, Magic. But for right now, kind of a stalemate for both of these teams as Ice is going to fire off one of those Tenta missiles.
Definitely a stalemate. You saw the members of FTWin just flying around with super jumps earlier while that crab tank was deployed on the other side, and that's because it's a great way to avoid taking damage, right? And so what they're trying to do is just trying to cause chaos, trying to prevent the members of Milky Way from capitalizing and getting as much mileage for their gas efficiency as they can. And I think they are doing a great job at it, considering they've got this tower moving.
Well, if gas and mileage was related to a car, I think Ice there might be a gas-guzzling SUV as they went down right in the middle of the map there. Not really going to get much follow-up. Rafe going to have some support there as the crab tank gets popped right next to them. Bran will fall below that grading, which seems to run the majority of the upper part of this map, especially more so on other modes, not even as much here, Siren. But as we pass the halfway mark of these games, only one special online. It's going to be a crab tank for Milky Way. Jared's going to deploy it here, and maybe finally an extension or takeover of the lead for FTWin.
Lead might be a bit of a strong word when we're talking about not even breaking through that first checkpoint, and we're more than halfway through this game here. So both of these teams probably have that on the top of their agenda, but not going to quite make that much progress. But we're talking about crab tanks showing their blind spot off to one of the most threatening chargers in all of competitive Splatoon. I mean, what more is there to say here? One of these teams is going to have to fold at one point, and it looks like it might be Milky Way.
Threatening is the modus operandi right now for FTWin. They use a lot of specials there, but as Siren mentioned earlier, that's basically a squid advantage as Hexen is going to build up another one rather quickly. Q forced to back off as a result of the alternate fire from the crab tank, and Ice similarly going to be disposed of back there. The Booyah Bomb going to come out from Sam, who will hold it, not in a super optimal position. They don't have great visibility, hoping against hope that somebody's going to come up to this bridge here, but all the while, Magic, FTWin extending their lead to 28.
Maybe a little bit of a cheeky play out there from Sam, just kind of holding it, maybe trying to throw it at the corner where it'll catch, but maybe trying to catch someone off guard, an unsuspecting victim. But I believe at the end of the day, having that pressure from the held Booyah Bomb is actually a lot of a good deterrence. It can make sure that players aren't going to come anywhere close, and I think it was a smart play, and FTWin is going into the final minute of this game with plenty to have in their back pocket to bring out in these last critical seconds.
And Hexen gonna jump on the crab tank here. When you have something like that on the tower, you don't need your backline or support player to necessarily be there. You can have that player with the special start to hold it down here. They're gonna be buffed up by the tactical as well. And one of those super jumps that you mentioned coming in, I'll just notice that so many of these high-level players jump so often, even though in the closest situations that other players might not even think to jump in. But Siren, an extension of the lead with 10 seconds left as FTWin gets to 19.
A very, very strong lead that they're holding here. And honestly, we can just let that tower breathe from this point in. It might be going into overtime into the favor of Milky Way here, but we are very comfortable with the distance that we have. We know in the last 5 minutes that they have not been able to break that first checkpoint. What could change now, especially with that Booyah Bomb getting deployed? Someone else is going to have to tap that tower. That is going to be shown in Ice and Jared. And one more jump in coming into the tower here, but this is the strongest choke point in this stage by far.
Well, and teams trading out triple ink strikes there, and nobody from Milky Way around to contest that tower until too late. Just 1 foot on top of it from FTWin before the other, and that, while not a knockout, is going to give FTWin their 2nd win in as many games, setting them up 1 win away from making it to the grand finals here, Magic. What went right for them, and what can FTWin possibly do to keep Milky Way backed off the way they have these first 2 games?
Well, they need to just hit them where it hurts. Milky Way's strength has always been, in the iterations of Starburst and in the past few months as this new roster, to make sure that those coordinated efforts, those big, giant 4v4 moments, go in their favor and setting those up in the long run. However, what FTWin excels at is exactly the in-betweens, right? Where are they going to be trying to set that up? We're going to make sure to go there, hit them, prevent them from doing what they need to do to gain those resources to make one big swoop. That's where FTWin is finding their successes, and if they keep managing that, where in these quick one-off skirmishes, in those moments where they're pressuring Q with those bombs, with those slosher shots, that's where they're going to completely shut down Milky Way.
And Siren, speaking of Milky Way, despite their high-level team standing, they were in a tough position like this just last week. They were knocked down and had to fight all the way back through to make it to the top. This is something that they're potentially used to, and I see now for the mode that we're going over to Rainmaker, is there a better mode that they could be on at this point than the craziness that Rainmaker can provide?
Well, that's actually interesting. As you were saying that, I was like, okay, so they're a pressure cooker team. What better place to put pressure on someone than Rainmaker, right? It's such a fast mode, and there's a lot on the line at any given moment. The lead swaps are so quick, and a lot can happen in like 1 second of Rainmaker. You can't really say that about a lot of other modes in this game, and that's why it's so unique. A lot of things can change. It's the only mode as well where you can just grab the objective itself and reset it back to the neutral state in mid, just by moving it off the map. Like, there's nothing else is like that. Do I think it's strategic on the part of FTWin to pull this out against a team that has a very strong Charger player? Yeah, I do. I do think it is, especially when we're talking about wanting things that are mobile, that can move alongside the objective. That kind of puts the members of Milky Way in a tough spot. However, when you look on the other side of that coin, we're also dealing with Jared, who is just like super strong on the dualies and can like roll wherever they need to go. So I don't know. Look, it kind of balances out when you think about it, right?
And Magic, I want to continue that point as we find out that our stage is going to be Museum de Alfonsino. Is there a player on either team or on each team that you foresee having that hero moment under their belt, or is it truly a team game?
I firmly believe that Splatoon is a team game. As someone who has coached a number of teams, making sure that those players understand that is when they find those moments of success. I believe that Milky Way right now is just not fully helping each other, trusting each other, and that's something that needs to be built up over time, and it's something that needs to be focused on in practice, and especially in these high pressure moments. Like Siren said, this is turning into a pressure cooker situation, and I think eventually the lid's going to blow off.
Well, and it's hard sometimes to keep that consistency, especially after 3 hours of grinding in ladder, and then you've already had a couple of sets in top 8 under your belt against high-level teams. The highest that the current event has to offer, really. And so keeping that high level of play on so consistently is truly the mark of good teams and good players. And Siren, I'm sure you know just as well as anybody the mental, emotional side and making sure it works as we get into game number 3 here. Rainmaker on Museum de Alfonsino. Interested to see what you make of the weapon comps that these two teams are bringing.
Well, I'll believe it when I see it. And all right, well, hey, look. When you give the power of choosing the stage to the team that lost, that gives them a little bit more wiggle room. And you see that both times now that Milky Way has picked these large stages, playing into some of their strongest members, like Q here, who can now abuse the range that she has, and just take fights that are advantageous for her all the time. However, looking back at FTWin here, getting some deja vu, looking at that ballpoint nouveau, we know exactly what kind of strategy they have in mind here, and I won't be surprised to see that the ballpoint is the very first thing to even have their special counter up on the screen here.
Yeah, Rafe with that special and being a little bit of a spectator to the 1v1 that happened in that lower corner here. It's all about trying to find the opening, whether you take this ramp on the right-hand side or whether you use that spinner in the middle of the map. Bran winning the Slosher 1v1 against KO, looking for another pick there onto Hexen, who will back off here, Magic. Neither team committing to the Rainmaker as of yet, despite the shield being popped.
That was such a funny face-off between two of the most long-standing members of the scene at large, and between Hexen and Bran. These two have been playing around each other, and I think there was a little bit of just, hey, are you going to be able to stand here with me? And Hexen kind of said, no, Bran, I cannot. But I think at the end of the day, Zach, deja vu, I've just been in this place before. There's been so many great sets and great matches that have happened on this exact stage and mode combination in this event so far in the past weeks, and it's going to culminate in right when the Rainmaker gets picked up and snuck around.
And picked up it has been, and not quite able to get atop the pedestal, I believe, is Bran, and nobody from Milky Way there to support. So it will be the lead for now, but Siren, I think folks know that no lead that hasn't at least gotten to the first checkpoint successfully or pedestal successfully is actually safe.
Definitely not, especially on a stage like Museum for Rainmaker. We have a very clear line of sight from the top mid spinner where that Rainmaker spawns in, and that very first checkpoint. You still have to make a little bit of a jump for it, but it can catch people off guard like we just saw a few seconds ago. Almost able to get that dunk, but now with 3 down on the side of FTWin, this is a huge opportunity for the members of Milky Way here. We have those 10 missiles popped. We're gonna chuck them away, but how did we even flunk this opportunity? I'm not too sure.
Rafe somehow able to shark around despite all the map control that Milky Way had and being buffed up by the tactical or pick up the Rainmaker, and even if they get splatted instantly, delays and creates a new Rainmaker shield around it. So what looked like could be a great opportunity for Milky Way to at least get that first pedestal all the way done ends in no change as Bran will fall to the Splatana Stamper of Sam, has the Zipcaster at the ready, Magic, and now it looks like Milky Way doing a bit of dodging or at least trying to stall for a bit longer.
Zach, what in the world is going on? This Rainmaker has been stuck in this corner for at least like a minute and a half, and that's because everyone's just trying to dive for it at the last moment to prevent the other team from taking it, or because the team of Milky Way is on the high ground where For the Win should be. This is insanity, but it looks like finally there's some clarity in those milky skies that they have gotten to the pedestal checkpoint, and they are looking to extend that lead and push it as far as they can with the paint coming down from the Tenta missiles, with Q trying to support from behind. But now it's looking like it's done, but that is a 42 push. That's not too bad considering that FTWin doesn't have a lot of time to make one of their own.
And to be fair, there is the sponge down there that you could inflict with some ink and grow larger, but it's not yours. It's the enemy team's sponge, so it does nothing for you, nor can you climb atop it. So just provides another obstacle as Rafe is going to fall. That means no ink back for a while for the win on this push. Hexen going to be the designated Rainmaker carrier as Rafa going to jump in rather soon. Hexen getting atop the pedestal with the ink back helping to suck up any incoming ink there. Still has it, gets the shot off. Are they going to find anything? It doesn't look like it, but they do have almost enough. I think they tied. Tie goes to the team that gets to that point number first, Siren. So even though the push isn't quite over yet, it was close, and the Rainmaker Siren doesn't fall off.
Sam running all the way into their base with that zip caster here, and we can see Rafe just having a very hard time able to pop that Rainmaker and just get enough paint on the ground, or ink rather, just to move up and get that lead down to 37. We picked it up again somehow in the blink of an eye and gotten 4 more points on the board. We're down to 33 with 10 seconds left to go. Milky Way is going to have to make some progress here, and they don't have that ink back safety net that FTWin has been dealing with, but wait, Kyo is behind them and they have no idea right now. He's gonna make himself known in just a second here. I don't know if that's the wisest choice. He's gonna have to get the pick on Rainmaker or nothing.
And gets the splat onto Q, looking for another one. They're going to get the ink back, sucking up the shots there. Gets taken down by the Crab Tank. Q sitting around there, but they lose the Rainmaker. It's not enough. FTWin with a push in the final minute that solidifies their lead. Not enough time there for Milky Way after a nice flank there by Kyo and surviving that flank to continue pushing forward here. FTWin with an emphatic 3-0 sweep over Milky Way, and Magic Milky Way finding themselves in a similar situation to last week.
Zach, you asked me if there was anyone who would be making a hero play, and that, it turns out, would be Sam, the newest member of FTWin, one of the most recently minted in the highest echelon of the play, and they made such a fantastic heads-up reaction to that diving attempt from Milky Way and said, no, we're keeping the Rainmaker right here. And that is how they ended up in that situation where that Inkvac was able to just send a one beautiful shot and get a hole-in-one. That was incredible.
Well, that set was so nice, in fact, that we want to watch at least part of it twice. We have a replay queued up here, taking a look at some of the action, starting from that game 2 on Crab Leg Capital. Sam setting up the Booyah Bomb and throwing it behind Jared and Q, displacing them and forcing them off the platform and splatting them both. That's also going to set up here Kyo's triple ink strikes to help continue the displacement and get FTWin that first checkpoint. So Siren, just one small piece of the equation there that allowed FTWin to hold off Milky Way, put a sweep up on the board there. And just quickly, give me your thoughts on how this looks for grand finals for FTWin.
Wow, okay. FTWin having a really strong run. I know they were showing some weaknesses earlier on, but you can definitely see the changes as their comp has evolved over time. Sam being the standout, we just looked at that great replay there. I think there's a certain level of beauty in Splatoon in predicting your opponent's movements, but it's a whole tier above that when you start manipulating how they move and then targeting that specifically. So kind of an evolved, like, big brain play coming out of Sam there. I love to see it, and I'm excited to see that moving on in the bracket as well.
Well, speaking of brackets, let's take a look at how things are shaping up so far. We, of course, just watched FTWin secure their place in the grand finals, 3-0 over Milky Way. Down in the loser side of the bracket, we saw 5 sweep through Healthy Diet food groups after losing to FTWin 3-1. They are going to be looking for some revenge there, but they will have to first go through Fofofo, who was able, after an impressive placement in week 1, regular season week 1 of 4th in the standings. They are continuing that here, winning 3-1 over Halcyon and setting up what will be our next match on stream here, 5 versus Fofofo. A proverbial battle of the numbers here, Magic, as Milky Way sits in the losers finals awaiting the winner of that one.
And that's exactly what this is. This is a battle between a team that is projected to have a much higher assessment of value and strength versus another. Fofofo is a recent gathering of players, and the members of 5 have been around in some combination and permutation for quite a while. This is looking like it's going to be a little bit one-sided, but we also said that about fofofo on other sets, but they ended up on top. So I'm curious to see if they can continue managing to make progress, and if not a fourth place, they can hopefully get a third.
Well, Siren, we'll break down the rosters here and we'll take a look at what we're starting on for fofofo. Datmenace, Dark, 3Z, and Lara Raj, aka I believe Kai, and 5 having Thunder, Goss, Solja, and as we mentioned, Wave instead of Zenith this week. And we're going to be starting off mode and stage-wise on Splat Zones on Barnacle and Dime, a familiar mode, but a not so familiar stage, at least for this live stream.
Yeah, I'm excited to see a lot of fresh things here going on. We haven't seen fofofo yet today, so I'm really looking forward to it. I didn't quite get the chance that you guys have had to look at fofofo in action, but as you said, Magic, it's a new group of players, so that means this is a whole new interaction and a whole new set of opportunities for these players. Everything is on the line now. All these sets matter twice as hard because it's what's keeping them in the bracket, and just one victory here means more points on the board and a bigger chance at making the qualifier, right?
And Magic, Barnacle and Dime, thoughts on this for Splat Zones? From my memory, it's a relatively flat map. It's decently expansive, but you can pretty much see all the way through if you're in the right spot.
Oh, definitely. There are some players who really like to take a Splat Charger and just run shop here, but what I'm especially looking forward to, and this is a weapon that has been shown off by fofofo, specifically on maps like this, where there's just a little bit of cover that you can pop out from and shoot over. The Paintbrush Bronze. It is so strong in the hands of 3Z, and it is so crazy because it's something you really don't see. It is the proverbial knuckleball at the current moment, and I don't know if the members of 5 have the experience to try and battle back.
It's got kind of an oddball kit to it. Splash Wall, which you would think for a shorter range weapon would be pretty helpful, but you have to expend a lot of your ink capacity in order to throw it out. And then how many shots can you actually layer out from that? And then a la Carbon Roller Deco, it's got the Trizuka as its special. So Siren, it's a weapon that has a good bit of range and still can fight up close and personal, but I'm sure we're still slated to see a fair bit of the weapons that we've been seeing pretty consistently. I know in that last match you specifically mentioned if you close your eyes and wanted to see a specifically meta team v team matchup, some of the weapons that we saw were definitely on the screen.
Yeah, seeing a larger prominence of blasters nowadays, which is really exciting. I know in previous weeks, like Free Flow has been pulling them out. The S Blast is super strong. I don't foresee Sam switching off of that one anytime soon. As long as FTWin continues to let Sam play that is what he is going to auto lock into every single game. So I get excited when I see comps like this, and Datmenace / Dat Kid is also known for those brushes as well, which it makes my heart grow 5 sizes larger. It makes me very happy to see in competitive, because I know Magic has also had a very specific stance on Inkbrush and thinks it's been very underrated for a number of years by the competitive scene at large. And seeing these teams pop up and emerge and having multiple players pick that weapon in the highest level of the game, I know that makes us happy, and we could talk about this at length for hours probably, just the capability of it, because you know what, I'll continue to talk about it. Manipulating your opponents is such a big part of Splatoon, and having things like Tenebrella, like on Moonlight, and Inkbrush is like some of the strongest ways to do it. Inkbrush forces the attention away from things that actually matter in the game, and you have no choice but to give it the attention that it wants. Otherwise, you are going to get splatted. You're going to have your entire base taken over. Like, one of those checkboxes is going to get ticked at some point if you allow that to continue happening. So that dynamic getting brought onto my screen is something that I'm going to be looking out for 100%.
Again, our first chance today to look at fofofo. I'll harken back to the standings after week 1 where fofofo finished 4th. Magic, 4 teams from that top 16 not playing in this week 2, that being Moonlight, Gourmet Race, Free Flow, and Waypoint. But still lots of teams competing here, and these two are at the top or close to the top of the list as we get ready for game number 1. But on Splat Zone's Barnacle and Dime between fofofo and 5. Magic, super interested to see. I know you were hoping for a charger. Do we end up getting one here?
Sniper Rider 5H is close enough to a true charger that you know what? I'll sign off on it, sure. But Dat Menace going to be on Dat Octobrush this time around, and 3Z on the Splatana Wiper. They are going to be coming out with some fresh ideas here and trying to play the game in a slightly different way, and let's see if 5 is up to the task, which it looks like they are so far, of shutting them down.
Well, I did see Harshi, I believe, was using the Respawn Punisher, so a gear ability that basically delays the respawn time of anyone you splat, but also yourself when you get splatted, as 5 jumps out to a roaring start. Siren, Goss doing Goss things as they dance around the members of fofofo.
Yeah, you could see 5 looked at an opportunity they had to run into the base of fofofo as far as possible and took off with it full speed ahead. And now we just see the repercussions happening here. Fofofo finally getting back into zone, not quite able to cap it for a little bit longer there, but 2 members of 5 going down here. That should be a great window for them if Harshi is able to stay alive here by themselves on that stack.
And Magic, from what I've heard and what I have seen, one thing we haven't talked about on this map is it is a very tough lockout map. So if you get on the back foot, if you are locked effectively into where fofofo is, if you're not getting the picks that you need, it can be almost impossible to break back out into mid.
Yes, it can, and that's exactly what 5 loves to do. They are so in your face. They are ready to just rush forward at a moment's notice, and that is where they win their matches. Luckily, it seems as though the members of fofofo have enough wherewithal to put out those special weapons in just the right spots to keep them back and at the right time so that they can take up the space that they left behind.
And 3Z continuing what they did in week 1, using the Ultra Stamp there to get a faraway splat. That was going to be helpful. You're spending effectively your whole special for that, so you want to be sure it's worth it. Harshi was originally setting up Siren on top of that box in the middle of the zone. Now on fofofo, they're trying to make sure they can keep the pressure, but it's pretty even. Both teams kind of losing players a little bit at a time.
Yeah, you can kind of tell that Harshi does not really feel safe to be camping up on that top mid area of zone. Is going to have to back up a little bit here, but that shouldn't be too much of an issue if the other members of fofofo are able to lead the charge ahead of Harshi here. Going to have to deal with Thunder, who is popping out this crab tank and keeping their stack relatively safe, but you can see all these different angles the members of 5 are taking this fight and this angle at. Thunder is going to have to deal with Dark coming all the way in from behind. And look, we've got the zone. We have low penalty points. What can we make happen from here?
And what angles they are able to take are on some rather low walls. This Goss going to be targeted by all 10 of the Tentamissile shots, having to back off to survive. Gets the pick there onto Dark, looking for another one, but can't find it. They will content themselves with watching a pick as well as taking over the zone again. That's going to be their penalty of, I believe, 46 starting to tick down. And now fofofo in that familiar position again, Magic. Last time they got out and still had a special or two at the ready. Are they going to have that same luxury this time?
Looks like they will. Look at those numbers at the top left of your screen. That's the amount that they have charged on those special weapons, but of course, it means nothing if they just end up falling anyways. It's a 2 versus 2 right now. Soldier deciding to make it a 2 versus 1, and the jump-ins are meaning the rest of the team is backing him up, and that is a beautiful set of sloshes after a flying away. They definitely took that game right from underneath the grips of fofofo, and it went off into the sunset without them.
A wipe to end it for 5 as they take game 1 and lead the match 1-0 there. And for a team that had such a high start to the regular season, where they were basically in the driver's seat, were in that grand finals before anybody, and still came away with that second place in the standings, they're wanting to return right back, Siren, and then some, and they're showing that they deserve that top spot.
Yeah, look, they have a fire lit beneath them. They're going to be diving for it and getting... Honestly, anytime you're dealing with counter picks, even if you're the one who gets to pick the mode after taking that first win, you always want to be taking that first game. So you know that 5 has to be feeling really, really good right now, especially kind of dealing with bracket demons at this point. Like, fofofo has been taking wins where people have not been expecting them to. And I think more than anything, it proves that 5 has been doing their homework. They've been peering over at their screens. They're looking at like, oh wait, what's this team that's taking out all the competition? We need to keep our eyes on them. But I would say it's too early to count out fofofo in this. Maybe this is just them, you know, shaking off their hands and going, all right, time to kick it up to the next gear.
Well, it may be too early to count them out, but it's never too early, Magic, to return to an old favorite mode and stage combination. It's going to be tower control on Mako Mart that we will return to. No TC Inkblot Game 2 meme for us, at least for now, but Mako Mart, a pretty solid TC contender.
Right, and this is what I've been saying, right? It seems like they're almost interchangeable. You're going to get one or the other. And, hey, I don't mind. It's actually a nice switch up at the very least. This is definitely needs to be the showcase of fofofo to just make something magical happen, right? No pun intended. They have, as many times as they've gotten very far in these brackets, they still want more. I can sense it in their play. They're looking to be crowned among that top shelf, right? They're wanting to actually make sure that people know to revere them. And I think that's why they're trying to become this sort of bracket demon, bracket leviathan, if you will, because here on Tower Control Mako Mart, it's gonna be even more of a fun time for them with a lot of the tools that they've been using.
And fofofo, as we get into the game here, does feel like one of the most dark horse candidates that we have, or at least one of the most volatile. The other team that I would attribute that to, as we see the weapons here, is Duck Motif, who did not make, I believe, top 8 this time around. They were just... or did make top 8 rather, but were knocked out by 5 into the losers portion of the bracket. And Siren, we are getting in fact to see that Menace or that Kid on the Octobrush here in game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, well, wait. Okay, I was waiting for him to pop out of the ink before I said anything for sure. We do have that Octobrush coming out from Dat Menace there. I love seeing that zip cast. It feels like they kind of play a bit of game of lording anytime you're defending that first checkpoint up here. So I think Dat Menace has been using this as a bit of a tool to break through here. Already... we have 5 moving up to that first checkpoint here, and Thunder popping that crab tank onto the stack. Honestly, they're making this look really easy. This is like butter for them at this point. Like, it's I've never seen it gone so uncontested and so smooth this early on in a Mako game, I think in my life.
And I very much appreciate you telling it like it is, because 5 wasted no time. They get the first checkpoint clean out of the way. fofofo trying to pay them that same courtesy. They're on, but only get a second off of the counter. And again, if you don't clear that checkpoint, you have to go and clear the entire way through as Wave picking people off left and right. That's the beauty magic of that elongated sniper perch, is just how much room you're able to cover while still falling back if you need to.
It is a very nice long perch, but it's also very much without too much cover. And so what you saw in that first attempt to ride the tower was the members of 5 going across, jumping over and standing where Thunder is, and just taking the members of fofofo out and just going all the way into their homes and dragging them out. It's looking like a nightmare here for fofofo, and I don't know how they're going to wake up.
Yep, they do not have the ability to just get a house, unfortunately. They have to back out. Datman is helping to facilitate a wipeout that will finally force back 5 as fofofo, try saying that 5 times fast, with even more Fs there, is going to push forward into mid again. And now they will use the tactical, or so waiting to use it what they think is the right time. They're going to lose 3 members, including Harshi. There goes the last one in dark. That's a full wipeout siren. Back to your point of this is looking pretty emphatic. 5 just locking them out of mid.
5 said, all right, you wiped us out, but no problem. We'll move back. We'll basically do the exact same thing. And, well, we see 3Z going on the absolute hunt for Wave, a very long chase into their base, and is now going to have to deal with the wrath of Wave, or rather their 52 gal on their team. Now, once again, 5 has the control of the tower. They have a crab tank at the ready, but you don't really see them diving for these crazy opportunities just yet. It feels like they understand that they can get a more comfortable position to do it, and they're gonna go for it. Why not? Why not get into a spot where you just feel safe moving that tower all the way in when you already know that fofofo can just wipe you at a moment's notice? Like,
and while this map isn't in the pool for the Splatoon 3 North American League, this almost feels like Flounder Heights Junior when you're in mid and you're by these boxes, because so much sharking, so much waiting on the walls happens for people to peek out or to use weapons like the Slosher at those ranges. 3Z trying to use their special weapon to get a pick here. They go down. Soldier looking for whoever is riding the tower. It's a 2v1 for 5 as they try to push forward here, but they, Magic, are in still the driver's seat. They allow a push up to 48, but they are still sitting pretty, taking down multiple members of fofofo, and they have no specials to show for it.
And I really do believe that fofofo is taking advantage of 5's hesitation here, right? It's like Siren said, they're not going for these aggressive plays too much anymore. They're trying to sit back, make sure they're not overextending, but right now it's leaving openings for the members of fofofo to try and make something happen. You see that big bubbler getting placed down, and even though this crab tank is going to be here, it's not going to be supported. The other members of 5 are dealing with too much, and so here comes the crashing blue wave from fofofo. I think this is going to be probably their game if they could just hang on a little bit longer.
And that felt like the perfect microcosm of crashing down. The crab tank from 5 rolling back as 2 members of fofofo beset upon them. Datman is going down in the process, but this looks like it may be an opportunity for fofofo to get their best push of the day. A wipeout, though, as they get all knocked out. 10 seconds left to go. Nobody to jump to. It's going to be a good old-fashioned swim off through the ink to see if they can get back in time. Thunder rolling around with the crab tank on the tower, and a triple ink strike to cement it, Siren, as despite a couple of ups and downs, 5 holds strong to take another game here.
Loved seeing the usage of the crab tank as what we would call perhaps a GG special in tower control, halting overtime right then and there. Maybe most humorous to me was the headbutt from the person trying to climb the tower, hitting the bottom of the crab tank. That was quite humorous to me. I like that. I like seeing a lot of people running towards that tower because we're dealing with a wipeout there. But pressure's on. We're at the game set point territory here in the set, right? So everything matters. We still have power over what mode we go into next. We've looked at splat zones. We've looked at tower. My guess, just based on how things have been going so far, is Clamblitz. But look, this is just me holding out and manifesting that one day we'll get Turf War in this tournament.
Well, we'll have to see, but Magic, I think 5 clearly chomping at the bit to get back into the upper side of the bracket if they can. They would have, a rather fun rematch here against Milky Way in the losers finals, but they can't count their chickens before they hatch. There were some moments there where fofofo looked like they might be able to turn the game on its head.
Oh, for certain. There is a lot of... It's very hard in Splatoon to establish yourself as a competitor, as a team of competitors. There's a lot that you have to prove. There's a lot of time that you have to spend in these events, in these brackets. and fofofo hasn't had that as this unit yet. And so I think maybe perhaps some folks are underestimating them, and I think they're using that to their advantage. They're actually doing a great job at matching up 1-for-1 with 5, who are some of the best players with their hands, with the controller in the game, in this continent.
Well, they say the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, and we are still waiting on that next step or mode to see where Game 3 is going to be held. It does look like Nostradamus Siren was correct. Clam Blitz is going to be the pick. Unfortunately, that does dispel your other hope, which was that Turf War would be seen, but a small price to pay. Siren still waiting on the map. Of course, we cannot have any repeats, so no Barnacle and Dime, no Mako Mart, but lots of great options still at their disposal.
Look, I'm not counting it out so far that we see Turf War, even in the set. Like, fofofo could turn it around, right? They're going to turn it around.
Yeah.
Just to make my heart feel whole, and then we can see Turf War at the end of the day. But to get back onto the topic here, Clam Blitz, yeah, I expected to see this in full. It is a little surprising maybe to pick this into a comp that has a Octobrush or a brush player in general. I mean, if you've ever played Splatoon at all in any ranked mode ever, you've probably run into the brush player who thinks they've totally solved Clam Blitz by just playing Ink Brush and running around the map and making power clams nonstop, and then you're like, wait, they're in our base, and they're still running around. It's happened to everyone. It's a universal experience to anyone who's ever played Splatoon 3 in their entire life. So I think it's kind of built up that reputation, or maybe the stereotype, that you don't really want to deal with them in Clam Blitz. So it's surprising to see that picked, but I think in a competitive sphere where we know everybody's going to be communicating, we can squash any doubts we might have picking into that.
Well, we're used to seeing this stage for tower control, but it's actually going to be Inkblot Art Academy that we will see Clam Blitz on. Definitely not a stranger to the mode, Magic. And the main question I have for you is, we were hyping up that bronze, the paintbrush, so much. I'm still waiting to see it. Do we see it here, or do we see some decent consistency in the weapon loadouts?
Listen, the Ultra Stamp from the Splatano Wiper as a special weapon is still so helpful, right? But maybe after going to 2 games down in this match, they're trying to maybe think about something new. I think Inkblot Art Academy is probably the second choice for a lot of teams when they can't or don't want to pick a Museum di Alfonsino, and I think that this is going to be exactly the playground that you want to see for the members of fofofo.
Well, 5 hoping that this is the playground where they earn their spot in Losers Finals. fofofo hoping instead that it is the arena for them to start a potential reverse sweep. And Siren, it's not a paintbrush, but I am seeing an ink brush come out from Dat Menace. That's a far cry from the Octobrush, but still just as hectic.
Yeah, I think that's more or less what I expected from somebody who is playing something within the brush class on this particular stage. And we already see going right for that strategy is going to be the quickest person to pick up a power clam and put that all together, shove 8 clams and get a football. Regardless, Harshi getting a great pick onto Goss, kind of anticipating Goss to take that left angle there and run up in their spawn. And right off the bat, fofofo is just ready to go. They're rearing up. They got somehow 2 picks on the side of 5. What? Wait.
I think that was Dat Menace unabashedly just holding forward and spamming the right trigger, able to get 2, including taking down an entire crab tank. Goss seeing if they can push forward. They trade out with Dat Menace here, so it's going to be 1 for 1. But in the meantime, Soldier's going to break the barrier. Any follow-up here on the side of 5. They do have the squid advantage. It's 3 and 2. And Dark, just while there's no action going on, going to pick up some clams. I think 5 contenting themselves, Magic, at least for the moment, with just the power clam.
One thing I'm so shocked about right now, and I have to go back to this, is that Dat Menace just shredded that crab tank. Has anyone ever seen that? Because
No.
that's something I didn't know was possible or even plausible. But I think that there's a lot of tricks that are coming with this ink brush that are not expected on the side of 5. And as you can see, they did not get a consistent scoring play here. Instead, it was fofofo who recovered very quickly and were able to stop the bleeding, putting a band-aid over it for the time being. I think that fofofo is poised here to make something happen very quickly because of the ability to pick up so many clans, because they've been able to manage the members of 5 very well. But let's see how this one goes. They've got the Tacticooler on the side of 5, and it's looking like a push.
Well, and both teams kind of holding a similar number of clams. Wave not able to survive the attack by 3Z there, who is staying on that wiper, and they're going to have Dark as well as the big bubbler from Dark to hold things down. 3Z not able to find anybody with the Ultra Stamp, but they will instead find the lead as a team. Bad place to run out of ink, though, is not only do they go down, but a well-placed Splat Bomb is going to take down Harshi as well. That will end the push, Siren, but a lead up to 51. Will we see the follow-up here from 5?
Wait, no! Somebody still snuck in. I have to only guess what is going on there. We were able to make it out, but Tap Menace leaving a trail. A crime scene has been spotted here where we got those clams right in the basket, and you could see the members of 5 were rearing up on their own, getting ready to get towards that basket of fofofos. But an unexpected surprise on the side of us, our spectator cam and 5.
And the power clams looking like footballs. It reminds me of when players get to the 1 yard line and then drop the football before they cross the end zone and get a touchdown. It is just, you never want to count out the push until it fully until the barrier comes all the way back up. And that's exactly what happens. In the meantime, 5 was able to get just the power clam in. So they're still sitting on that. They have the 1 power clam and another clam at their disposal. Harshi staying up where you would kind of expect the, again, I'm going to borrow the word from Magic, playground of the Snipe Riders to be. Soldier in the meantime pushing forward here to get the triple ink strikes down. Wave just barely, Magic getting that power clam in, getting the penalty rid of, but I'm not seeing any follow-up.
I'm not seeing any follow-up either, Zach, and that, you can't just throw things out without a plan. You can't just try and step onto the contested area of your enemy without somebody behind you to back you up. And I think that what I'm seeing right now is that 5 is losing their luster. They are trying to make these hero plays, and even though Thunder is doing a great job at pulling the attention away, just like Siren was saying earlier, I don't know if it's going to be enough to put 5 back on top and solidify their spot in Losers Finals. But here come the Power Clams, Zach. This is going to do it.
Power clam comes in. They literally need 1 clam in order to get that lead, but there is no follow-up. There's just a 52 left. They're not currently holding a clam. The killer whale is going to come out, but they do not have the time to find a clam and deposit it. Fofofo literally on top of them all, Siren.
Oh, I would get so nervous seeing that marker of that power clam shoot up into the air when you know anything could happen in these last 5 seconds of the game. Where is that person going? Well, back into their own base for safety for now. They're going to have to make this overtime count. Dark senses something lurking in the shadows here on this far right side. Sees a couple people trying to go for that sneaky route onto the ink rail here. It's just going to be Wave in mid holding one of those power clams, but it's not going to be enough. Even if they dunk one of them with less than a few seconds to go, that is going to be it, and that will be the set. Well, no, it won't be. No, wait, there's still a chance.
There is still a chance as Fofofo holds on by a singular point. It is 2-1-5, but again, could be the start of a reverse sweep. Magic, Fofofo, I mentioned them as sort of the dark horse and a very volatile team. I think that match right there, that game, was a great exhibition of just what makes them so scrappy.
That is exactly the term I would use to define this team. They are scrappy. They're ready to just get all the way into the ink and muck around to try and find some gold, right? And they seem to have struck it this time. They have taken all of the information that they received from 5 and just said, I don't mind that Goss is elusive. They said, I don't mind that Wave is such a presence with those long-range weapons. We have our own ways to make that confidence shake, and it looks like it's finally succeeded.
And their team was holding it down respectively too. Harshy was doing a great job of either jumping on top of that low wall or holding on to that sniper overhang. Dat Menace was constantly looking for the next contestant on the swipe is right with that ink brush, just seeing if they could flick around and find whoever they could. Weapons like that and the Mint Decav and Blaster, so much fun to spectate just because they're flicking constantly to try and find their pick. And Siren, yet again, I have to be the bearer of bad news. If we do make it to a game 5, we will see Turf War, but not a moment before then. Instead, Rainmaker will be the mode we are going to for this 4th game.
Look, I can make all the guesses and speculate and talk about Rainmaker, but something that Magic said just hasn't sat right with me. During that game, you said that you just can't run into their base and not have somebody ahead of you. That's exactly what Dat Menace did, and that's exactly what won them the game by 1 point. Dat Menace ran in there, got those clams in. That's where I gotta disagree with you. Because things happen like that. Things just happen like that, and that was like the play of the game, because if they were 1 clam short, they would have lost that lead there.
And it is a game, again, we come back to a game of inches here, and Magic, the hecticity, whether that's a word or not, is going to continue as the stage is going to be a return to Humpback Pump Track. So both the Horseshoe of Doom and I think you coined the phrase either Hallway or Pathway of Doom,
Corridor.
That's going to continue on here as we see Humpback Pump Track return for a second time.
It was Corridor, and
Corridor.
Siren, to your point, I will let me say one more thing. Of course, it is the team that is throwing things against the wall and trying to find any way to scrounge up a few more points that end up with that 1 point difference to make it their favor. That is definitely a solid point, and you know what? I'm gonna share that with the folks that I coach. I'll make sure to quote you on it. Don't worry. Humpback Pump Track, though, I think is, in certain situations, also allows those kinds of plays, right? Where you have the Rainmaker and you've just got a couple of inches to go for that lead, and you just say, I got this. We're going. And I'm expecting to see that from the members of Fofofo in this one.
And we're going into it shortly here. Will this be where 5 can cap it off and make it back to the losers finals, or will Fofofo continue to put up a strong fight and make it through? Weapon wise, they're sticking with what's working. We still see Dark on the Junior, Breezy on the Wiper, and Datman is back on the Ink Brush for a 2nd game in a row. On the opposite side of things, 5 with that meta composition that Siren was talking about. Goss with the early pick, looking for a 2nd, but they'll get traded out, and it's all carnage early on.
Yeah, I mean, look at what's been going on here so far in Humpback. Both of these teams clearly have a high level of comfort moving in here. No one really wanting to pick up that Rainmaker this early on, but with 2 members going down on the side of Fofofo, this is looking like a great opening for the members of 5 here. That bubble is going to be the biggest wedge in the door for them, though. They're going to have to deal with that first. Those strikes coming out, that's going to create another opening for Goss. And look, what more can we do to get this checkpoint?
Less to worry about in terms of a big bubbler if there's no one waiting inside it attempting to splat you. So they get that problem out of the way, and as a result, 5 is able to take the pedestal. We did mention the last time this was played Magic that this is nowhere near the end of the fight, and that pushes up to the 20s, and even the 10s are not necessarily safe.
In fact, I would call that first pedestal a foregone conclusion in most circumstances. This is where the game really begins, and at current, you're trying to see that Fofofo wants to get their start queued up for them. They need to try and gain some control back in mid in that hilly area, but it's so tough when there's so much being thrown over the walls of Humpback Pump Track. And here comes the queue up for 5. They've got one big play to make, but it's so difficult, especially when you have an ink brush that can slip past an ink wall like it's no problem at all, Zach.
caught between a wall and a whale there. Nowhere to go, quite literally back into the corner, and that is part of what makes this corner and Horseshoe have so much doom involved in it. And we saw that Menace jumping back to make sure that they could defend the push, and they're defending this sniper lift, at least from Thunder, as they get taken out. Wave, the last one remaining. They're just gonna sit back in this corner. Nobody even from fofofo really approaching them. Harshy able to easily tap them down with the Snipe Rider 5H, and Siren, 3 specials online, 2 of them coming out now as fofofo trying to make another push, but going 1 man down.
That makes me so sad to see, as the bubble in the cooler going out, that Junior getting picked off right at the brink of safety there. fofofo definitely has the pressure on them now. 5 now has that checkpoint that they're dealing with. They have a little bit more wiggle room to do whatever they want for the remainder of this game. Obviously, nobody is sitting pretty with 60, but fofofo is going to have to scrounge some things together, put the change together in their pockets, and find a way to get into the base of 5 unscathed for the most part.
And that's exactly what I think that Menace is trying to do, scrounging for the dirty work. I like to say that the sort of circular way this map is set up, it creates almost like a moat where those shorter range weapons that are faster can set up and try to sneak around. But both the Wiper and the Brush went down. Now the other 2 weapons going down as Wave yet again picking up the Rainmaker. Not going to have to contend, of course, with this first pedestal. Throwing down the splash wall as Soldier attempts in vain to see if they can get a pick on top of the wall. They had the range, they just didn't have the time. Rainmaker goes down, but Magic a push, an extension of the lead up to 28.
And a very scary, if you're on the side of fofofo, number to look at. That is so difficult to get going, especially when you don't even have that first checkpoint conquered with only a minute left to go. It just means that there's so much time that has to be spent sitting here in this dangerous zone of the map, of the stage. And all in all, fofofo can do it, but they're gonna need a miracle, and here it might come. They dive forward, and that is it. There were no special weapons on the side of 5 to prevent it, and the members of 5 just weren't aligned on where they needed to place their shots.
You've heard of commentator's curse. How about a commentator's boon, as kind of willed into existence that miracle play that you were talking about of fofofo getting to 24. Now under 30 seconds left. They do lose 2 members though, and the tacticaler comes out. Not that many people to take advantage of it, as Goss flanking around as they are so wont to do, trying to find 3Z. They do get it, and getting so close as Goss gets yet another one, a third one there on the dark, and the wipe out there on the Harshy. They're gonna stop that, get the lead, and push forward. And 5, in dramatic fashion, is going to get the knockout. They're going to say, we will see your lead, and take it right back to close out this game and win, Siren, the battle of the numbers.
My heart is so conflicted right now, because on one hand, I love to see a great quad out of a great player. So seeing Goss just pop off saying, all right, no way am I playing Turf War. No way that's happening. We're gonna take this game here. We're gonna knock it out. Stop thinking about it, Siren. That's the conflicted thought. Is I really wanted to see Turf War. I thought we were gonna get a game 5. I was getting so hyped for that, seeing them hold that lead multiple times, stopping that. And look, we get to watch it again. I'm so pumped. Why don't you talk about it?
Certainly a play so nice. Again, we have to see it twice, keeping on the numbers theme here. Goss with an absolute unit of a play, just sharking around and hiding behind this last pedestal while the team pops the Rainmaker shield, gets the range, is so cognizant of the range that they need for this super hyper offensive weapon, gets the one splat there, gets the second one there onto 3Z. Dart goes down, and then Harshy pops out at the exact wrong moment. But what else can they do? They have a lead to defend that evaporates Magic as quickly as it came, and Wave, who was carrying the Rainmaker that entire match, gets the joy and to solidify their job as the Rainmaker carrier by dunking it on that second pedestal for the KO.
The amount of precision that was flying through Goss's fingers was immaculate. I can't even think about how it just managed to flick through all of those spots at the exact right moment, picking exact split seconds of when to dip through the ink and when to pop back out. That was spectacular movement and general aim from one of the best to probably ever do it.
Yeah, if you're spectating Goss, you may as well have a motion sickness warning on the screen, because they are going to be looking every which way, squid searching and squid rolling around to make sure that they do not get caught. But let's take a look at the bracket here after that super fun match, and that will bring us to losers finals. After 5 defeats fofofo 3-1, they will look to play each other again. I believe the 4th time in top 8 in the last 2 weeks. It'll be Milky Way and 5, but this time they are fighting for a spot in grand finals and the chance to take on FTWin. Both of these teams having lost to FTWin in consecutive matches. FTWin defeating 5 3-1 in winners semis, and then in winners finals, FTWin sweeping Milky Way. And you know, Siren, that both of these teams are just dying to get back to the grand finals. What do you think we're gonna see coming up here?
Well, I think we're going to see a very heated Milky Way, who have probably just been sitting in the weeds watching the set unfold, the one that we just looked at here. And they could probably tell that Goss is like just lit a flame under him. You could see that the idea of not winning that set was kind of flashed in front of his eyes, and then there was like this immediate like lock in, like let me deal with this right now. So I think if I was in their shoes, I would be a little bit maybe intimidated. They've been playing out the losers bracket for quite some time now, so they've been keeping their hands warm. They've been continuing engaging in this format where they've kind of had to sit down on the bench for a second and reassess their strategy. And the difficult thing about that is that if you're Milky Way, you should be confident enough to think, all right, at the end of the day, we are going to be facing FTWin at the very end of this. That was supposed to be our grand finals. We were supposed to take that set before. But the other challenge, that the other plate that is presented to them is, okay, well, now you have to deal with the losers bracket, and you can't really ignore what's been going on here between 5 and fofofo, because that's you. That's going to be you next, and you're going to have to deal with this. Whether you like it or not, you still have to fight your way back up into that top spot.
And Magic, you know, from the latter portion of this bracket, this is the 1v2 matchup. This is not only that, but these two teams, even after just 2 weeks, and not even a full 2 weeks of the regular season yet, the 4th set in top 8 between these two teams. So well do these teams probably know each other's playstyles, especially in the current meta. How, after so many times playing each other back and forth on the various modes and stages that are available, do you constantly find edges in these games?
It really comes down to not memorizing, but getting a really good idea in your head of what am I about to see and what can I do about it, right? Having a little bit of precognition is the very technical term for it, in order to say, all right, I'm seeing the different paths. What are the most likely ones? How can I break down what to do in each of these scenarios, right? That's probably what Milky Way has been spending not only the past maybe hour that they've been waiting around for this, but probably the past week, where after they lost to 5 and then had to scrounge up some crazy kind of wins after everyone was so tired and going to that bracket reset, they are probably so in tune with what they need to do right now. But even still, that was 5 without Wave, and I think that makes a huge difference. And I'm not sure if Milky Way, after getting iced, after thinking about this for so long, and then after getting cleared by FTWin, if they're up to this task.
Well, and I'm super glad you mentioned Wave, because that is player to player. That's probably the matchup I'm looking at most, is Q versus Wave. Q from week 1 had the 3rd highest splat participation percentage at 32.3. There were only 3 players in that top 8 that had an above 30% splat participation rate per minute. So they are she's constantly involved in the splats and the plays that are getting set up. It might just be that 60 chip damage that you're able to get with just one shot from the Snipe Rider 5H, but Wave, clearly no slouch either, is great to go to from an objective perspective, is someone you can rely on even when they're the last one standing, knows where to position themselves, knows where to fight. And Siren, you know, it makes me think of the sort of duality of the fact that, as Magic says, this is firmly a team-based game, but there are so many interesting player v player matchups or just weapon compositional things that you can look at when you're seeing two titans of teams playing each other like this.
Yeah, I like to view it in that perspective as well. Like, you can put a lot of good foods together into a soup, but it could still taste really bad at the end if you put two things that don't belong to each other. And, you know, I think that speaks very well to Q and how she works with people. She's like a really good broth. She can work very well with just about anything. And I think that's more than anything, because she's participating in all these splats that are going on, it means that she understands being a team player over being self-serving, because it looks really cool and it looks really flashy when you get a lot of picks, and she does it anyways, but what matters more and what gets you these wins are these objective plays and putting things past yourself to look at the victory as a whole. And I think that's why you see her so comfortable on that snipe rider in so many different modes, where you see a lot of different backliner players maybe switching onto something else, going as far as to play the ballpoint nouveau sometimes, that we've been seeing a whole lot of today. I think that she's just more likely to play into her strengths, even if that does mean like supporting and being really good at aiming from a very, very far distance. That is like, she's got two really good skills, and I think she's making the best use of them.
Well, I absolutely love the soup analogy, and I want to go into like how you could have the broth and the meat and the potatoes and the veggies, but instead I will selfishly and callously take over the stream to throw it to myself for the most recent episode of my Shiny Tips segment for regular season week 1. What's up, guys? Shiny Hunter Zach here, back with another Shiny Tips episode, this time for week 1 of the regular season. It came to a grand finals reset between Milky Way and 5. Milky Way up 2-1 over 5, trying to close it out, and we start with Soldier. They're unfortunately caught between a tower and a hard place, and that is going to kickstart this push for Milky Way. Now, take a look at how Milky Way uses their specials. First of all, it's after the checkpoint, and second, it's to the left and right hand side of the attic and perch area so that nobody from 5 can come to contest. They have a decent amount of mid-range weapons that aren't able to play around. Jared, in fact, not just using the crab tank himself, making sure nobody else can, takes down Thunder, who was piloting their own, and Ice will fall here. But Hugh, importantly, sees that the triple ink strike is coming through, backs up to the wall, and uses that better positioning to not just avoid getting splatted, but also allow the jump in. So you're setting yourself up, putting yourself in a position to not just keep that push going, but also allow your teammates to survive. Jared, in the meantime, was watching that drop down. They built up enough turf to get another crab tank online. And this is where Ice comes into play. Ice is going to have the Tenta missiles with that Splattershot Pro Frozen. That's going to provide both important displacement and some chip damage that Brand can follow up on. You can see Soldier being targeted by multiple missiles still, while Brand gets the assists. The other members of 5 filter to the left-hand side behind the tower, but that's a shorter distance for Brand to follow, who gets not just 1, not just 2, but a 3rd on the tower, showing that knowing where to place yourself is super important in a team fight. One other great edition of Shiny Tips. We'll see you right back here after the conclusion of event number 4. Well, thank you, me, for all of that in-depth analysis as we get ready for our losers finals here. Magic, we already have the stage and the mode set up, and it's one that is rather familiar to us right now. We're right back to Rainmaker on Humpback Pump Track, if you could believe it.
No, I can. And just like I would love to have a pre-recorded version of myself to talk about this stage and mode combination for whenever it comes up, because it does come up so much. Goes without saying, it is very hectic. There's a lot of ways to approach the center of the map. There's a lot of times where the best thing to do when your side of the map is getting kind of run over is to go to the other one. And all in all, it allows a lot of interesting combinations, like we saw with that ink vac earlier today, like we saw with different kinds of lobbing of shots and special weapons and subs over those walls. It very much allows an interesting set of strategic decisions to be made if the teams take the time to plan them out.
And Siren, the ink vac, to Magic's point, it's been something that had not really come into the meta or come into its own until recently. Do you foresee, any major shakeups as far as how their loadout is coming through, or are we destined to just see the back and forth on this map? Is there any way that we see any sort of definitive knockout without giving the other team at least that first checkpoint?
I mean, I'd like to imagine a very happy place where both of these teams think, okay, the other one's not going to pick ink vac, so we're not as obligated to do so just to deal with the other person's ink vac. But I don't think that's the reality that we're currently living in. I think we're probably going to be looking at a couple of them.
Well, a couple of them, but only one game one to start us out. It's losers finals between our 1 and 2 seeds from the ladder round. It's Milky Way versus 5, and let's take a look at the weapons here. Ice, unsurprisingly, sticking on to that Splattershot Pro, and on the opposite side of things, the Splatter Scope comes back into the equation from Wave. So Magic, no Sniper Rider 5Hs to write home about this time.
No, not this time, but Wave, I feel, is much more comfortable and much more lethal on that Splatter Scope. It is going to be probably the deciding factor for this entire match because, as Siren mentioned earlier, the first game is so important, and so are these members of Milky Way going down. All of a sudden, a crazy turnaround, I assume, from the Sniper Rider of Q. They had a very good opportunity in front of them, but 5 was not able to make the most of it. This is how crazy this map, this stage, this entire game can get.
Yeah, Milky Way taking the opposite perspective and saying the only way we know how to go is Sniper Rider 5H, and it's worked for them very well. Solja unfortunately trapped, but gets away from the Tenta missiles and somehow has enough room. I'm not sure how they didn't go down sooner. I know that Splattershot Pro is relatively slow firing for the type of weapon that it is. Milky Way doing a good job of defending the Rainmaker shield and will eventually get the pop siren, but what was, a foregone conclusion of getting that first pedestal has led to a lead up to 38.
Yeah, 38 lead they shall get. However, you see they've kind of run out of steam. They've backed up into mid here. We're biding our time a little bit around this Rainmaker, maybe trying to get a little bit more control over the ink that we've covered the stage with. But I think Jared is going to put a very quick stop to that, unleashing the Crab Tank onto the members of 5, and that is going to be 3 of them down right away. And for sure a guaranteed checkpoint, if not anything more. But wait, the one person still standing is the one guy with ink strikes, and those are going to get popped right onto that checkpoint, stopping them at the 65 mark.
More triple ink strikes going to come through, and I'm always just so amazed that the positioning of the Crab Tank looks so pedestrian. It looks like in such a weird spot, but Jared able to get value on it where somebody like myself never would be able to. Wave having to back off as more triple ink strikes fly in, has the ink back at the ready and wants to set up a push here, but they're not able, Magic, to get the opening pick on the Milky Way that they want.
No, they're not. It's because Jared, once again, using this Crab Tank, knowing exactly how to, as we saw last time, dip and dodge around the killer whale lasers in order to still maintain that value and negate the activity of 5. However, 5 negating any amount of ink that is getting thrown towards that Rainmaker push. They use that ink vac and shut down that push. This is already looking like 5 has pretty solid control. I think that Milky Way has been struggling to put a lot of pieces together, and I think it's mainly due to them trying to attack a bunch of different areas. They're not really focused on the same thing, and I think that's because 5 does a great job at standing their ground in all areas of the map.
And while the respective pushes were not very far apart points-wise, if what you say holds true, it might be more difficult for Milky Way to build something up, but they do have multiple specials and the lead now at their disposal, getting up to 27, and Jared getting away as Goss does not have the range to catch them, will use the only global special in the game, the Killer Whale 5.1, to try and get some revenge or finish at least somebody from Milky Way off, but nothing doing. Siren, for now, Milky Way holds the lead, and 5 back to looking for an opening, but not quite finding one.
Yeah, an opening they are looking for, but not quite going to find, and everything matters at this point. With 1 minute left to go, they are going to put everything out on the table to try and regain that lead. You can see that Goss is sort of starting to unleash that fury once again, had their eyes set on Jared, and is very quickly turning their attention around at different foes that they're finding in these different corners of the maps. However, Bran standing strong, sticking sturdy on this corner here, and it looks like that's mostly where we're going to stay camped out for the remainder of this game.
Yeah, it's a dangerous game, but you kind of have to play in this corridor of doom as it's been donned. Wave now using the ink vac offensively. They have enough room. They get the lead. They were trying to jump, I think, onto the back there or onto the rail as Goss gets 2 and helps hold it down. Will they get the push? And no, they'll get stopped at 6 with about 25 seconds left to go. It's going to effectively require a knockout now for Milky Way to still take this one, Magic. They have a little bit of time to build up specials, and they will get the tacticaler down, but time is not their friend.
There comes Soldier! He's behind the Rainmaker and waiting for the rest of that hinge to just snap shut with the rest of the team, but no one came to his aid. That's gonna be Jared trying to dip and dive around the members of 5 and is at least gonna put some presence out there, but there's so much backing up the members of Milky Way right now. They can't find their ground. The turf is not going all the way in their favor. There's only 20 seconds left before this Rainmaker explodes, and there's no chance left. This is still the first game in this set, and I cannot believe that right now Milky Way is trying to put together the push of a lifetime for them. Bran is ahead. Q is trying to fire shots. Ice is just outside the range of Soldier, but no! 5 secures it, and that is going to be the turnaround. Milky Way once again falling short of securing their win over this team.
But an electric game 1 to start us out, and you would think for a second there, Wave using that ink vac pretty aggressively and pretty early on in the overtime push that might create some room for Milky Way to push forward, and had a couple of openings, but it's the same theory over and over again. You're just layering where people are, whether they're on top where you start spawning or down low where you can hide behind a corner, next to a wall, behind a cubby, and just wait for them to make the move, because you know the onus is on the pushing team. That 60-second timer, Siren, is ticking down for the Rainmaker carrier, and for Ice, it ticked down to the very end. They get splatted with seconds to spare, and as a result, a close game will still result in a victory in game 1 for 5.
A very good victory, and not one that I was initially expecting, but as we got further into that game there, you kind of saw the light that was fired under Goss, and I think a lot of that momentum is carried on from the previous set. They're feeling like, all right, we could come out of this loser's bracket and we can make it back up to breathing room on the top layer. We can get ourselves out of this hole and break out of this. With that being said, they now have the opportunity to select a mode that is going to be advantageous for them, which I think is going to be tough, and I like, maybe this is just me speaking more praise into Milky Way, but like it's always going to be infinitely difficult to find something that, like, 4 of the strongest players in the West are not going to be amazing at, which it doesn't really exist. Maybe this is more Turf War propaganda from me, perhaps, you know. They'll never see it coming.
Never see it coming. And, you know, we've talked a good bit about Goss and Wave, but shout out to Soldier too, who we could see those slosher shots were coming through, and it's such an important weapon to have in this meta. We will continue, Magic, to not see Turf War, at least for the moment. We are going back to the more metered, more neutral mode of Splat Zones but it will be Crab Leg Capital for the stage that we'll be going to for Game 2.
Now, Siren is unfortunately staying in her Granjera, but Splat Zones on Crab Leg is going to be... Is that right? That's so interesting to me because Milky Way, yeah, has Q and the long-range options from Ice with the Splattershot Pro Frozen, but I still don't think that's where they should land. It seems like they're playing right into the hand of Wave, who could use that splatter scope to once again just shut them down. I'm very curious to see if they're going to go with something new and interesting.
And as a reminder for our audience, it is the winning team after game 1 that picks the mode and the losing team that picks the stage. So it was Milky Way who brought us to Crab Leg Capital here as they get started, and a relatively similar composition. Once again, the only difference is just being Gauss on that 52 gal versus Ice on that Forge, or on that Splattershot Pro Frozen. As Thunder builds up a huge crab tank, Gauss gonna go down right in front of the Splash Ball Siren. Those splats are all too sudden and all too devastating.
I was gonna say that the world is very, very cruel, and you never know when someone behind you with a splat bomb is gonna be there. And you could see Bran like sneaking up on the opportunity to try and do it again. What will happen once will happen twice. And speaking of twice, Jared just got 2.
Oh man, and a nice spicy splat there as they roll and then roll immediately back almost to the same spot as Ice is holding on to that 10 missiles. Gotta wonder when they'll use it. Brand similarly hanging on to the triple ink strike, waiting for 5 maybe to try and drop down over by that sniper perch area. They are gonna find 2, including Thunder on that crab tank, who Thunder, it feels like, has been rolling around in the crab just as much as they've been actively firing with that special weapon magic. They get taken down, and Milky Way reaching the halfway point of the objective.
Suddenly, it seems as though Milky Way has taken exactly what 5 has been doing very, very well and just doing it themselves. They're deciding to try and take isolated skirmishes. They're wanting to approach from these side angles and just get some cheeky plays going. And it seems to be working really well because right now, completely yellow is what the zone has been for a long time, and even though 5 is able to stand closer to this middle area of the stage, I still think that Milky Way is putting on so much pressure because Thunder is having to just constantly get out of the line of fire.
Yeah, the Thunder from down under, but also the Thunder from above, but not for long as they go down, and it's a wipeout forced by Milky Way onto 5. They get the zone back, and they should, with enough pressure, at least be able to get rid of this decently sized penalty. Now, again, the great Siren that run across basically the full length of this map. Well, players like Wave can make great use of these, and the players that can't, like Soldier, able to use their special to help get things back.
Yeah, I worry every time for the team that has to break out of their base when you're dealing with the Snipe Rider. Using those greats to their fullest potential absolutely becomes Q's playground the second Milky Way gets control over the stage. But the same can be said about 5. They do need to watch out for Wave anytime they have any sort of control. But with them being backed up into this bottom left corner here, everyone from Milky Way seems to have a different angle on this one spot of the map, so they do have to be very mindful of how they exit this. Thunder trying to break open something here with that crab tank, unfortunately is going to be forced to jump back, and as we approach the end of these penalty points for the members of Milky Way, 5 needs to make everything count.
And you heard so many hit markers when Thunder came out of that crab tank, but they were not able to get any splats, and it feels like if there was a strategy from Milky Way, it is lock Gauss out of the equation. They're in the single digits now. A last-ditch tri-strike to come through. It does not even stop this decently sized one-zone map here, or stage, and that is going to be Milky Way tying the match up at 1. Magic doing so in pretty emphatic fashion with a knockout.
That was emphatic, and this is what I expected from Milky Way going into last week and what I was hoping to see this week. The effortlessness of it all, right? The moment when the team play becomes so prevalent, because at the end of the day, Splatoon actually should not be that difficult, right? Yes, you can have amazing players, but if they're not all coordinating together like a soup, it's not going to work out. In fact, it's to the point where a lot of times the best played Splatoon feels so easy, almost, because you're not trying to do crazy movements like Goss does. You're not trying to get a double splat or a triple splat like Thunder is trying to multiple times that match. Instead, it's just, yeah, I got a little bit of my shots fired onto one player, and then the other player says, all right, I'm going to go ahead and finish that one off. And it's clean and easy, and it might not be as rewarding in that dopamine sense, but it's definitely a lot better way to win.
And Siren, what looked rewarding for Milky Way to me is that both they set Goss back to be out of range from where they could be effective, and every time we spectated Thunder, they were either rolling away in that crab tank or they were getting shredded out of that crab tank. What did you see that made it look like Milky Way was able to take the turn and tie the match up?
It felt like they really understood every time the tides were changing away from their favor and were ready for it. When the water starts going out, you need to find high ground, and that's exactly what they did. They played it safe, they played it smart, they waited for their turn, and that rewarded them greatly for that game. You could see that they weren't really too concerned with the zone being painted 100% of the time. It's okay, you can run in, you can cap it, you can have it for a little bit, get some confidence built up, because we're going to shatter it in a moment when we take this team fight and dive on you one-on-one. Even in those moments where it looked like Fi was able to break out just a little bit and get back onto the low ground where they want to be fighting, you could see that, like, basically there was a member of Milky Way camped up in every angle surrounding them. Even if they weren't at play in that given moment, they were there. They were ready to hop in at a moment's notice. So overall, it's very calculated plays. It's good communication. It's amazing communication. And more than that, it's understanding advantages when you have them. So when they have the zone, okay, you got Q up on top there. Jared's getting paint on the ground, moving up. We're getting the Tenna missiles ready so we can approach them, and we know exactly what angle they're gonna do because, hey, it's an underrated communication tool like that. Tenna missiles are great offensively. You get a lot of damage done. However, I like them more because you can get like a counter. You can wave your controller around and see the markers of where every single player is.
And I think for both weapons that are kind of the differences between these two teams' magic. So the 52 has the Killer Whale 5.1, same thing, right? You get to spot out the players that are within that reticle just as you can the Tenna missiles, where you can see where they're positioned, at least before you fire it for that special. So kind of even where these two teams are different, it feels like they have an edge of similarity about them that is establishing, at least in the Western scene here, what the meta truly looks like at the top level.
It's been so fun to watch and just try and gain as much information as possible from these matches, and I'm so grateful that a lot of these are being put on this live stream and are being recorded by a couple of members of the community, especially Nine, who has done such a good job at aggregating things and giving us a broad view of what we can expect. And yeah, this is what it's looking like.
Well, there is no perfect coincidence than mentioning the man 9 whole grains and then going to Tower Control Inkblot Art Academy. I think just perfect artwork on display here, Siren, as we get into game number 3, tied 1 apiece in the match, and these weapon compositions looking about the same as they did in game 2.
Yeah, I was about to say this. There is absolutely no surprises on my screen right now. Jared's playing dualies. What else is new? Well, right off the bat, a couple members of Milky Way going down, getting splatted. Not totally sure how, but I think we have a key clue on screen here. Goss once again seeing opportunities and running right at them. I think that Killer Whale, like you said, is a great way of finding targets for him, and I think that's like a great way to play into his own mentality with the game.
And it's not like the Killer Whale in the original Splatoon where you have to set it and play like that. The weapons that I see make use of that special are some of the most fly by the seat of your pants weapons, namely the 52 and the Ink Brush, where you're just popping it and you're barely thinking twice. You're just running away like that. So Magic, the push here for 5 going to continue. They are going to be the team breaking the ice here, getting up to 64, but having to back off as they're being beset upon in that court area.
Well, like you said, Zach, there's so many things while trying to piece together a game of Splatoon that you have to build the plane while you fly it. There's just no other way to do it. There's so many variables at play. There's way too many scenarios that can undercut and undertake whatever you're trying to plan out. And so you just have to see what's coming and try and adjust course as you can. And we're seeing that Milky Way is adjusting course here. They've got this Tacticooler down on the ground and allowing Jared to get into these kind of off-angle positions, but Thunder's gonna take care of that instead. And 5 is looking like they're at the ready here. There's nobody in the defensive areas for Milky Way.
Yeah, that felt almost personal. Thunder's saying, I'm sick of being taken down while in my crab tank. Now, of course, they're rolling around in one themselves, but getting the splat on an opposing crab tank has to feel nice after the times that they've been beset upon by multiple members of the enemy team. So Ice trying desperately to stay alive on this art installation there will finally go down. Q taking the high ground here, and she will see if she can spot anybody out. Sees Wave, but does not in time see Soldier, who sets up in time to also take out Brand and then throw those forward. That's going to be Goss taking out Ice, a full wipeout Siren, and this could be easily the second checkpoint for 5.
Oh my goodness, Goss running up all the way into their bats area of Ink Blot, and Thunder set up in a great spot to be using that crab tank. Really hard to get that weak spot behind that crab tank if they're all the way that far into your base here. Goss still holding this ground very strong, is forcing the members of Milky Way to take a different angle and deal with him somehow. And we even see Ice taking the low ground to deal with their own bats, which is something I don't think I've ever seen before, and I think Ice kind of realized that as well and jumped out of that. However, the damage has been done here. 5 pushing all the way up to the 12-point marker so far on this stage, and now Q finally getting the opportunity to ride that tower, but the cost is heavy here. The weight on their shoulders must be massive.
Yeah, this is a map where 12 feels much more like a definitive push than something like Humpback Pump Track. It is not super easy to get to that point, and while Milky Way is going to get their first points on the board here, they will go 3 down, so a heavy cost, even a wipe out there as 2 members of 5 survive. Wave and Soldier holding down the fort, and now it's not even Magic about extending the lead, it's about keeping the tower in your opponent's area for as long as possible.
Let me tell you something. The members of Milky Way have to be feeling so much pressure, both external and internal right now. They should be in those finals is exactly what they're thinking. It's all slipping away from them in this exact moment, and there's only a minute left in this game before they have to go all the way to match to their tournament point in this match, and they're just trying to find some way to escape this mental cage that they've found themselves in, and I don't know if they have the composure right now to do it because they're tunnel visioning. They're just diving forward. I'm not seeing the coordination that is needed for this caliber of play, for this 5 team that is absolutely running the show.
Yeah, Thunder was the one putting him in that cage on the right-hand side court area, and now Goss looking to be that aggressor next as we have just about 15 seconds left to go. Q looking for any angle that can provide her with an opening to stand on the tower before overtime would start. Ice buffed up by the Tacticooler, as is Q. Q very important that she survives as Wave is looking for a pick here. We'll get into overtime now. Goss getting on the tower, knocks off Q there, and the other person from Milky Way standing on the tower did not get the foot on first, so that will end what could have been an overtime push for Milky Way, Siren, and 5 takes the lead in the match 2-1.
Goss taking that game by his very tippy toes, hopping on that tower there, and just intimidating enough to force Q off of that. And I mean, very fair. I don't think Pencil always wins those fights in close range against a 52 gal. I've seen some very, very crazy plays coming out of her today where she's winning these fights, even against, I think, Solja as well earlier on, which is not someone you want to be fighting that up close, but you know, she can do it. She can do it. I will continue to support and stand, but maybe not in that instance where everything is on the line. I think just you gotta stop Goss maybe about like 50 feet away from the tower before he goes on another tear like that. And he has just been a walking explosion of splats, I would say, this entire time we've had him on screen. Like, he cannot be stopped. Like, I don't know, there's probably like a dent in his controller from like the stick pushing forward, not in a shady way at all. I mean it in the most positive way because it's working out so well.
That's just the life of one of those hyper offensive players. And Magic, you know, talked about Q, and you don't make it to this portion of a tournament like this one, of a ladder portion or event like this one, without being very good at your craft. But what was it in that last game, that TC Inkblot, that gave Five the advantage where Milky Way was trying to continue their momentum off of game 2?
I really wonder if it came down to those first initial moments in that game, right? That first 30-ish seconds where they tried to just touch the floor. They tried to touch literally anywhere in that middle area off of their safe high ground, and they just couldn't even stand there. The members of Five said, no, this is our side of the map, actually. We're the captains now, and you cannot come anywhere close.
Captains of the Hill, they call it. And Siren, we will again require a game 5 if we want to see Turf War. For now, the last ranked mode at our disposal comes out. Back to a familiar stage and mode combination. Clam Blitz on Museum de Alfonsino. Didn't see it this time for Rainmaker. We will see it this time for Clam Blitz. What are we going to see out of these teams in this mode and stage combination?
Gosh, I feel like I'm having flashbacks all the way to like a few hours ago. We did see this earlier on in the tournament with healthy diet food groups, right off the bat there. And I'll reiterate my thoughts, is that this is like one of those skill check stages for Clam Blitz in particular, because it's so hard to get a dunk in. You can compare the way that like top level and I hate to say lower level, but anything other than top level plays this, it's night and day, because these teams work like a well-oiled machine when it comes to getting these dunks into the basket itself. They all have procedures, where other times there's teams that will just sit and have like nothing going on for like the full duration, and it's just like, okay, whoever gets a push at all or is the first one to do it. So we'll see how that unfolds here. I'm excited to look at this from the angle of Milky Way versus Five, right?
Well, and Milky Way is going to require a win here, as Magic stated, tournament point, event point for Milky Way, as they look to hold on and force a game 5 against Five here. Q going to be sticking on that signature Snipe Rider 5H for Five. No changes on their side as well. And Ice still going to be on that newest variant Magic of the Splattershot Pro.
Yes, and I really do think it is the perfect ice weapon. Really, I think it's accentuated their play a ton by having him swap to that, by focusing on these ranged fights to help Q and allow the other players to move forward without having to sacrifice his own safety. But speaking of sacrificing safety, it seems like the safety of Milky Way's side of the stage is not very safe, at least for the time being. They're trying to grab it back, use a few specials, and it seems like there is going to be, once again, a stalemate in the middle of the stage on Clam's Museum de Alfonsino. This is right where I expected it to be.
And once again, we spectate Thunder, who is using and then coming out of a crab tank. That seems to be kind of their MO throughout this event. And the triple ink strikes are going to come through here for Milky Way. Thunder going to go down. Ice Nice job here on the Splattershot Pro Winter. Gets a second one there onto Wave, so creating some offense. Even gets the assist there to help create basically a 3 down here, Siren. The only problem is I'm not sure if they have the clams to support a push.
Yeah, well, we have our eyes on Jared, who had 2, which means that across the 7 they had just a second ago, it was very split up among the players. And every time we switch perspectives, it just feels like there's somebody with less clams. So we have one of the 2 things we really want to push and get things together, which is all this aggression and all this area. Mid is completely yellow. However, we only just now made that power clam. We need to get back what we had before. You know, when one door opens, the other one closes, I guess.
And with 22 clams at their disposal, Milky Way trying to open the biggest door that they can, using the triple ink strike as an avenue to try to get in. Thunder gets 1, but Jared is going to survive despite being marked with the power clam. They're going to throw it away for the moment to see if they can get Wave, but a couple members from 5 jumping in, and that'll help get the splat. Still, 2 members from 5 go down, and it looks like Milky Way has enough, including 2 power clams, to get something going. However, the killer whale going to back them off for a second magic. Q jumping in there unabashedly, and they'll break the barricade down.
No, the missiles were timed perfectly from Ice. That is some nice Ice gaming, and the crab tank from Jared also allowing the team to just roam free. And 50 points, that is great to start off with. And even though it's going to have a high penalty and they might not get the chance to score even for the rest of the game, it's going to lead them to a very solid, comfortable spot where they can take these fights. They're not at risk of losing too much.
Goss kind of playing ring around the rosy here and gets Brand as a result. They went all the way from that corner back behind the spinner, but Q finally ends what could have been their reign of terror. Thunder there holding on to the power clam, as Thunder trying not to get taken down by the 10 missiles. They do have the ability to jump to the teammate, which they did use their Siren. And now with just over a minute and a half to go, the onus, as 5 expends multiple specials here, is on them to build up a suitable response.
Yeah, a response that they are building up for sure. Wave has that 1 clam. Looking like we have Soldier holding the other one. We are able to dunk 1, get it down to 60. Still 1 more. Wave getting the lead, and we're only doing it with power clams. Guys, there is singular clams on the map. You can use those as well, and they make you less of a target. I'm sure they're worried about that. Not really. They've all jumped out and restarted here. They got what they came for. They can back out. They can feel safe about it, and they can try and keep mid as purple as possible. You see Goss kind of pushed into a corner. Not ideal, but is going to make his own space with these splash walls and probably some picks to boot.
Triple ink strike Trizuka. How about a triple power clam that could be the dagger in Milky Way's event lives here, as they just have 40 seconds to go to try and build up, as I mentioned earlier, a suitable response. Jared getting the crab online and seeing if they can create some space. The killer whale kind of going all over the place as they also use the triple ink strike, but Q's gonna come through with a power clam that gets rid of most of their penalty. It's gone through now. They need enough clams and they just have it, as Brand gets them to 37 and then 34. 19 seconds left to go, and it doesn't look like there's going to be any sort of response here. Magic now for 5. 1 more shot to bring things back in their favor.
They have 30 penalty points to go through, and they have 2 power clams, which means 40 minus 30 is 10, and then take that 10 off of the 40, and then wait a minute, they could do this. This is going to be so dangerous here. The soldiers fighting on the far right side of the map, of the stage, but the rest of them are just collapsing on this basket area. Here comes Soldier swiping in from the other side, but Wave is going down. There's too much destruction on the other side. Goss is trying to throw this in with the last-ditch effort, but no, we are going to Game 5 in losers finals of this Splatoon 3 North American League Week 4, the second event of the regular season, and we're finally going to Turf War.
And leave it to Goss to be the one to almost make the most heroic play, just barely touching that box and jumping up and just not having the arm strength to throw that power clam in and break the barrier down. They just needed one more pumping session with the irons or with the weights to get something through, and they just could not find it. And as a result, Siren, Game 5 brings us to Turf War, and I will have no one else but you read the rules out for this mode.
I'm so excited right now. You have no idea. Turf War! Use ink to expand your team's territory. Cover more turf than your opponent to win.
And that's basically it. I mean, it is super simple. I mean, it does not get easier than that. The things that are not listed there, it is not a 5-minute timer anymore. It is 3 minutes. There is no such thing as overtime here. The results that you get are the results that you get. But that also means, Magic, it is a guaranteed 3 minutes. So how you're doing at 2 minutes and 30 seconds left may not be how you're doing with 30 seconds left or even 5.
And the thing that I want to emphasize here is that Turf War is such a fast mode. It is incredibly quick how much things can shift, right? Because a lot of these players know how to take a lot of turf in a short amount of time. And so one slip up means all of a sudden so much progress that you made, gone. That's why I think this mode is so punishing. One splat can change the course of the entire game if it's timed right around that 45 to 30 second mark, and it all falls like a domino from there.
And Siren, I'm very shocked that we haven't gone to this stage yet before. It's Hagglefish Market. Where has this stage fallen off? It used to be one of, if not the most popular stages in the game. Has it lost its footing?
No. I don't think it's fallen off at all. I think just in the case of this tournament here, we're dealing with like a lot of different elements. One of them being like every team we've looked at has a really good crab tank player, which is a really, really popular, strong special on Hagglefish. Probably a lot of teams, especially if they just lost that game, are going to feel hesitant to pick Hagglefish. It's still really good, but then we're dealing with a lot of maybe considerably better Splat Zones maps. But I don't think anyone is like offended to see Hagglefish, and I'm not surprised to see it here at all either, even though there could have been other things. There could have I don't have the whole list of stages in front of me here, but I think there was still a good amount of candidates for Turf War or Zones. Anyway, I'm really excited to get into this one. It's going to be 3 minutes no matter what, and it's the first time we're seeing it.
Game 5 Turf War on Hagglefish Market with a tied match 2-2 between Milky Way and 5, the two teams that have arguably gone back and forth the most with each other in the Splatoon 3 North American League so far. Magic, some pretty understandable swaps here as we see a reflux now on both sides.
Yeah, that reflux 450 is going to be so essential here, but on the opposite side we also see the reflux 450 MILK, which is a very nice iteration on this weapon that can put out so much turf, that can support teammates, that can throw out just a nice amount of damage. And you see that when that damage gets rolling, it is very essential to follow up on and try and make sure that it is not wasted. And you can see they're not wasting a moment here. Even though there's a lot of ink that has not been put down in some of these areas of the stage, there is still so much fighting that is going on. And that's because you have to have presence.
Yeah, the Milk as a kit feels like it has the most Aerospray-esque kit or composition about it, as we're basically watching a team deathmatch here between these two teams to kind of establish control over the middle point here where the zone would be. Goss throwing down the Booyah Bomb. We also see a torpedo come out as 5 is looking pretty decent here. Siren buffed up by the Tacticaler. Milky Way the same, although they're pushed much further back.
Yeah, a lot of back and forth has been going on in mid right now. Not gonna be the ideal situation there, having Jared pop out that crab tank, and maybe not so coincidentally the Doolies and that Reflux Milk kit going down there on the side of 5. This should be a bit of a lead swap there. We can see that most indicated by the size of the icons on the top of the screen with Turf War. It's the best way to see who is most in control. However, Brand moving up forward here, spots wave here, but honestly, I respect the decision to just go in and ignore and not just directly take that fight. What we're here for is turf, nothing else.
Well, and Brand won an important slosher 1v1 against Soldier there as we get under the final minute here. Magic Ice is holding on to those 10 missiles. It's a pretty easy swap from the Splattershot Pro that they were running. Same special here, and it's all about locking down as much area as possible now.
Oh, definitely. And you're going to be using those missiles to put out a prolonged pressured effect so that the players have to move in a specific orientation right around that 30-second mark. I think is exactly what he's going to pop it with the rest of the team in position. Look at them. You've got Bran on this right side. You've got Jared on this left side. You've got Ice and Q in the middle, and they're ready to start this fight. Here comes everything. Here come the missiles. Here comes the crab tank. This is the last clash. There's still no one going down, but finally both reflexes on both sides go down. Milky Way does not come out on top. Bran is sitting around trying to be the last one to jump in. They've got jumps, and they've got the paint in the base to try and swing this around, but the members of 5 are fighting back. I think that they actually got enough paint in those last few moments. That was so crazy.
Who will take on FTWin? It will be Milky Way, holding on despite going down 2-1 earlier in the match against 5. Milky Way wins 2 straight games, and they will be able to take on FTWin in our grand finals. Siren, thoughts after finally getting to view some turf war?
I am so elated. And look, it kept us on our toes the entire time. At the very end there, it looked like 5 could take it, but just one important jump came through, and we just saw the absolute path of paint and ink that was just flying out of Milky Way, running into their base, getting as far in as they can. And honestly, it's just like pushing a plug into the drain there. You're like, all right, you can come out of your spawn and you can try and paint mid, but you're gonna have to deal with me first. And hey, it worked out for them in the end. They had the most coverage on the ground at the end, and you love to see it. I will say though, it did not look like a 42-53 or kind of percentage game. It looked like very different from that. It looked like Milky Way had a lot more. So honestly, it could have probably gone either way. If 5 had one more thing going for them at the end there, that would have been like, we would have been in the decimals is what I'm trying to imply.
Well, our first game 5 of the broadcast surely must incur a replay, and they say the last 30 seconds are some of the most important in turf war. Let's take or from game 4 rather, let's take a look here at the last 30 seconds there. This is Q helping to break things in. Bran jumping down. They're gonna get those clams in. So importantly, they're not blocked by the splash wall there that gets them the lead up to 34. This was when they were just fighting, as Magic said, for their event lives, making sure that they stayed forward here. We might even get a chance to see that last ditch attempt from Goss to roll in and dodge off of that box to just barely not have enough. You can see Wave holding on to the power clam that they were trying to use. Thunder in that crab tank as per usual, getting some stuff done. They were able to get 2 picks on the Snipe Rider as well as the Splat Dualies. Bran even going down as a result, and here it is, Goss dodging off and just not having enough there, Magic, to make it work. So close and yet so far, and maybe you could use that phrase to describe the entire match.
I feel as though peace has been restored. Order is back in the courts of the Splatoon community. We've got the Milky Way FTWin finals, and that to me is just a tale as old as time, and I'm so excited to see it. At the end of the day, 5 put up a fantastic fight. They are showing that they are not messing around, that it is not just 1, 2, 3. They have the chance to upset either of those teams at any point if they just line up the cards right and don't end up going down to a Bran hero play at the end of a turf war match.
It's not just 1, 2, 3. It's not even 1, 2, 3, fofofo. It is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And with 5's departure, let's take a look at the bracket going into our grand finals and see how things have shaked out today. That is the close 3-2 for Milky Way over 5, shutting them down in the waning moments and securing their spot in grand finals. We did have earlier in top 8 of losers another 3-2 as Healthy Diet Food Groups takes out Hypernova there. But this all leads up to the grand finals. Milky Way, of course, no stranger to grand finals from last week, and trying to also force a reset just as they did in week number 1. Siren, what do you perceive from this matchup? What are you looking forward to?
Probably looking most forward to the fact that it's actually the same. I think a lot of people would have the argument, all right, I want to see something different. I haven't seen FTWin play against 5 so far today, but every time I've seen teams play against somebody that took them out of the bracket earlier, it's always a different dynamic. There's always a bit of an energy that you can feel and you can sense through the way the players approach the game. And I think we're going to be going into that now. Every time I've seen FTWin come back to a match, every time I've seen Milky Way come back to a match, these players always understand what it is that they're signing up for when they get back into this kind of bracket reset situation. So certainly Milky Way was probably doing their homework, and it goes back to the momentum talk of like, okay, they've been playing this whole time, and they're hot off the seat of taking out 5 from the bracket as well. So they kind of have to feel good. Maybe they're not quite calmed down from that game 5 win. However, look, maybe that's the push they needed to bring them over the edge this time.
It was a hectic match in losers finals, and Milky Way wants to do everything they can to avoid the fate that they suffered in the winners finals, going down 3-0 to FTWin. And we're gonna keep the sort of, I used the word hecticity, or made up the word hecticity, going, as we will be holding splat zones for later, and instead, Magic, we will start with Rainmaker as our first mode of the day. We've seen some fun matches, especially on places like Humpback Pump Track and Undertow Spillway. What do you see for these two teams as being the key that would kickstart these grand finals?
The key for Milky Way has to be preventing FTWin from getting all up in their faces again, right? I say this so often, but even it doesn't matter how much you play this game, if there's someone who is going to be able to take you out if they get too close, the only thing that you can do is improve your skills to prevent them from being able to do that, or find a different place to go. The other side of the coin is that FTWin really needs to cash in on every single slip up Milky Way makes, right? They're going to be not the ones forcing the errors, they're going to be trying to capitalize on the unforced errors. They want to make sure that any time there's someone out of position, that there's any chance that they have to bait the objective in a certain way, they're going to take it.
Well, Siren, we have only seen this stage so far for splat zones, and it is going to make full use of how large this map is. It is Urchin Underpass where we are going for Rainmaker. If I remember correctly, you quite literally have to slip through a grate in order to get through and then climb a winding rampway just to get to that second pedestal.
Yeah, I played around with this particular stage and mode recently, and I was like, wow, they really have people going the distance on this one. And I thought to myself, this is also something potential to see in the Splatoon 3 NA League. So I'm glad that the little tidbit I had a little while ago is coming back in, and it's actually becoming useful. And you hit the nail right on the head, Zach. It is one of the craziest Rainmaker paths I have ever seen. And it kind of makes up for the fact that the start and where the Rainmaker is at the beginning of the game is kind of awkward. It's like this raised platform in the middle, and the main checkpoint that I think most people go to is the one that's kind of right on the top of the hills where everybody likes to fight on splat zones. So it's a wide open area, but it's still a huge point of contention. A lot of people love to skirmish around there, love to take these fights. A lot of splats happen there, and I'm expecting to see that going into this one.
Yeah, I think you hit my next point on the head, where for splat zones, we of course saw skirmishes taking place on the zone, to the side of the zone, over by where that drop down is, but a lot of it was on that sort of hill area that you mentioned, even getting up into the alleyway where the sniper or the longer range charger players tend to operate, where they can still have either somewhat of an effect on the zone itself, or they can take those pot shots at the players that are coming into the hills area I think we stated party in the Hollywood Hills back then, but it is going to be even more important Magic for this one, as you're going to have to make full use of that space to get that first pedestal.
Yes, you do. And there's not a lot of space there, right? But there's also, it's a wider area, right? Instead of, it's so funny, right? Because Urchin is so wide in that central location, and then as you go further in, it just bottlenecks. And I think it's emblematic of a lot of the design of the stages in this Splatoon 3. It's because you have to fight for a choke point, right? Eventually, it all comes to one little area that you have to know exactly which pieces to place with your specials, with your weapons shots, in order to get through. And then even after that, there's a little ramp way that you have to get up and then slide over to just try and even dunk that. I don't think we're gonna see any amount of knockouts, and I think that's actually why this might be one of the greatest Rainmaker maps that they've ever made, because there's almost no way to knock out.
Well, and it feels like on Rainmaker, and this is speaking from a person who does not have a lick of actual competitive experience, so correct me if I'm wrong, but special-wise, it feels like the least sort of common sense how and where you use them. Clam Blitz, you're trying to create a path to get in. Splat Zones, obviously you use it on the zone. And Tower Control, you want to use it on the tower. I guess for the specials, you're just wanting to create as much space so that Rainmaker can get through. But I believe we are going to get started here very shortly for game one of our grand finals between FTWin and Milky Way, starting off with Rainmaker on Urchin Underpass. Which of these teams will secure the victory? Will Milky Way be able to force that bracket reset? Siren, what are we seeing from a weapon perspective? And also, shout out to Czar, our spec cam op.
Yeah, I mean, hey, big shocker for me for once. It's going to be Q on that heavy edit Splatling there. A very popular pick, but not one that I think we've really seen today. Even actually opting into seeing the heavy Splatling on this particular stage earlier rather than this, which is honestly a surprise on its own. Sam, waiting for absolutely nobody. That zip cast is going to be coming out right away, and no time to think. It's action time. Go, go, go.
Yeah, the Zipcaster feels like it has one of the highest skill floors and potentially ceilings of any special in the game, because you're given such a limited amount of time to actually use it. And we may get to see Sam use it again here. First, they're going to dodge out of the way of those triple ink strikes there as they move back behind the low walls. And Magic, Kyo hiding next to them, sitting on specials. They may have a bit of an advantage over Milky Way, but they're not getting any picks as of yet.
Not yet, but they want to do it from a distance, and they want to do it from some crazy angles, and that's exactly what Sam is getting into. And they've found their opening. That is the dunk for the checkpoint, and they're going to try and land on their feet to back up for the time being, because once you go into those hills, you cannot stay there for long. They did such a good job, and now they have the beacons to jump back to from those Dapple dualies. But let's see if Milky Way can find a little quick stint of their own.
Yeah, Hexen was an example of that, because they tried to get out and they just were not able to, did not maybe have enough leeway on that short box to get around or get up to that alleyway area. Q trying to help parade through the Rainmaker carrier. They will get to the first pedestal here, but of course they will not take the lead. The tie goes to the team that was able to take it first. Sam chasing a couple members of Milky Way. Siren as now in again that neutral state and having even to expend the ink vac earlier than they might like to.
There is something very comedic to me about watching the cartoonishly large ink vac take a fight with somebody just rolling around while they deal with both. But that's a talk for another day. Sam will once again raining damage on everybody on the side of Milky Way, as we see Sam actually pick up the rain. I don't know if that was intentional. That feels like the last person who would be picking that up onto the side of FTWin. However, does not last very long. A very short-lived career as a Rainmaker holder there for Sam. And we're kind of sitting right back into the neutral part of this game. Both teams have this checkpoint broken, but no significant points scored beyond that. And I mean, every single fight we've been seeing so far looks like it's ending in a trade.
Yeah, tougher ice too. Quite literally backed into a corner there in a 1v2, could not get out. Hexen, so funny seeing them on the Dapple Dualies. It's such an oddball of a weapon, but it is devastating at close range here. And Kyo on their preferred weapon here, allowing the jump in and just waiting patiently to pick up the Rainmaker. They do have the lead, Magic, but it is not clearly a safe one at all. However, with a couple picks on the board, this might be their opportunity to strike.
Yeah, here comes the advantage state if they can maintain it, right? But I feel as though in this specific stage, the advantages that come are even from just getting a couple players down is not as significant as they usually are. It takes so much more, right? Especially if folks are cooled up, especially if there's any amount of pressure or presence on those strong positions. They extend their lead about 20 points, diving it up past the hills, but all in all, this is still very doable for Milky Way, and they have a good amount of time to make something with what they have.
If I remember my original Splatoon days correctly, the measure of success on this mode and stage combination was getting through the grates. And so neither team has been able to do that so far. And with a minute left to go, both of these teams looking to accomplish that. Hexen just on the side here, making sure they have beacons placed down so that FTWin can get back into the action quickly. Kyo sharking around, trying to see where Jared is coming from. They do get a lot of damage from a lot of different sides. That'll be 2 there going down. Now 3 on FTWin. Sam gonna fall. It's a delayed wipeout. Q pushing forward here. They are gonna have enough room. They slip through the grates, and Siren, that'll bring them up to 46 in the lead.
So happy to see at least one of these teams breaking through the grates here, getting the lead as a little prize for doing so. And now you can see FTWin is like, oh no, our push to 56 wasn't quite enough, and we have 26 seconds to make up for it here. So not really the position you want to be this close to the end of the game. You can see Jared is in a really good spot to deal with this Rainmaker. Is going to pop that Killer Whale a la Goss style, move up and take out Hexen, and that is going to be a very clean, satisfying ending, surely, for the members of Milky Way.
And a satisfying final splat. I'm pretty sure they went down to the Rainmaker shield or a bomb getting bounced off of the Rainmaker shield to get the full wipe out there. And after a pretty fiery start by FTWin, Milky Way going to come back and show that they still have it in them. And they have already done Magic better than they did in that winners finals where they got swept. They're starting to get some revenge.
I think it's the adjustment that Jared made, which I actually only just realized when you pointed out that Killer Whale. I'm just, in my mind, it's like, oh, Jared's on dualies, Jared's on dualies, Jared's on dualies. That 52 is actually so critical in my mind because dualies can be really clunky on Urchin Underpass. You know, the range is either too far and then you bounce into a wall, or too short and then you can't get to cover. It's not super, like, super good at dealing with those spots in that stage. And I think that 52 does so much better. It has so much more potential. It still has that mobility that Jared's looking for to make those crazy plays. And I think that's part of the reason. But most of all, they just knew how to defend. They were not letting anyone from FTWin get anywhere close to their hills, except for that one time where they all went down. But other than that, it felt like they had complete control.
Well, and Hexen, who was on a set of dualies in that match, it must have felt like an armadillo just barely rolling anywhere because you have such little range on your rolls, and one of your jobs there is to just put down those beacons to be able to get back into the action quicker. So you're having to use such a large map to both play a supportive role, but then you want to be slightly offensive as well, and you have to swim so far through the ink to get into where the action is going to be, because it's at least going to be either in the middle of the map or in that sort of hill area where they tend to hang around. So for game number 2 here, Siren, we will no longer be saving Splat Zone. Splat Zones is going to come out right now, and Mako Mart with its funky sort of plush shaped zone is going to be our venue.
You could see the light enter my eyes when I looked over and saw that it was going to be Splat Zones on Mako Mart. I'm so excited. This one's a classic. Everybody knows this one. It's very tight quarters, which is exciting to see when you have two teams that play very quick, very fast, very aggressively. So a lot of action is going to be happening. I hope I don't get overwhelmed by looking at everything here. And it's also going to be a bit of a war of the pencils, because I feel like you kind of tear off the lower range players from the higher range. So we're going to see some plays out of Biscuit in the form of Rafe, and maybe going to be trying to contest Q, but more importantly, getting some turf on the ground and giving all their aggros the room to breathe.
Well, this stage is not only a paradise for the Snipe Rider, but it's also one for Crab Tank. So I am not surprised to see Hexen swapping over to the Splat Dualies for this one. Q going to quickly build up, of course, that Tacticooler and throw it down just under that elongated sniper perch area. Brand jockeying for position, but they're going to have to back off, as I believe they caught a burst bomb to the face here, Magic. And Jared, alongside their team, going to help take the zone back from FTWin.
This is such an interesting first skirmish, because I feel as though FTWin's doing a great job, but it seemed like every time one of them stepped forward, it was just Q, 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 popping those Snipe Raider shots and making quick work of FTWin. Even with Sam on this S-Blast, which we talked about so much earlier today. They were playing earlier, but it seems like this is the perfect setting for them to just take it and run with it. But even still, not finding the success that they did earlier, and I have to imagine that it's because Jared is doing a great job at keeping the paint up and shutting it down.
Well, and not finding the Booyah Bomb placement that they would have liked. It lands kind of parallel or to the side diagonally of the zone on that box, and it's not able to get the ink that they want. And Milky Way just running it down to 16 here, a major penalty of 64 given, but they will take that with such a hefty lead. But now the strategy, Siren, is going to have to be making sure that they're not locked out. There's a good amount of space, but I think FTWin, of course, is a team that knows where Milky Way might try to filter.
Yeah, the one thing that worries me for sure, looking at players like Sam who are going to sit under these ledges where people want to drop from very naturally. Sam, you can already see that Booyah Bomb trying to manipulate the direction that Milky Way is coming back into the stage from. You can see they were kind of aiming towards the one that's less advantage for him to take the fight on, and he's like, no, can you come back here, go to the left side so I can fight you, please? And it's working. Like, at the very least, it's slowing them down, and we're looking at the lead swap.
That is going to be the lead for FTWin. Q and Rafa, like ships in the night, finding each other with that Snipe Rider. They are going to stop them at 6 and give the big penalty over. Now Milky Way having to contend with their own large penalty. Magic, we are not even halfway time-wise through this game. Just a testament to how quickly this zone can tick down.
Exactly. Something about Splat Zones and the chaos and being so easy for people to just forget about the zone and push forward means that there's so many obstacles to getting back, to getting control back, and because there's so much time that's spent in between there, Jared up here can just prevent them from even looking, even thinking about the zone, and then all of a sudden the penalty's gone. We're looking at another lead swap. The members of FTWin are not alive. There's triple ink strikes all across the zone from multiple teams, and the Booyah Bomb as well. Here comes Kyo diving on and is able to stop it. And everyone's shaking their heads probably as well at home, because that was incredible.
It was a 1-2-3 of specials in that instances, as multiple triple ink strikes and a Booyah Bomb befalling the zone at the same time as Q sneaks around and takes down Sam. There was a Crab Tank on there as well. This is kind of a great stage for the Crab Tanks. You can set them up in so many different places, Siren. Milky Way, again, having to chew through a penalty. Jared, though, able to survive and hang on to that tactical buff.
Wow, Milky Way is set up in a really, really good way here. I don't know who took out Brand, but that is huge for them. Getting two members of Milky Way out is going to let Sam back in. Has that Booyah Bomb at the ready here as we move up under this left ledge, but you can see Jared is already thinking of what's exactly going to happen. Deploys that splash wall underneath their ledge there, says, all right, Sam, you can't come any closer. That's for me only. However, looking at a tricky situation here. It's just going to be Jared getting the trade with Hex in here. It's going to be Kyo trading with Ice. It's only one member left, I believe, on either side of the team. It's just going to be the pencil left in front of the zone. And now we're watching both sides. Little tiny penalty left on the board. Who's going to take it?
That is going to be the lead changing over, and a victory for FTWin in a very back and forth Splat Zones game on Mako Mart that may very well have needed time if Q was able to swim through to the zone. They hit the drop down and got taken out instantly. And Magic, a set that is heating up quite consistently as we are now tied 1 apiece.
I know we made the joke about deja vu before, so I'm just going to instead use a different analogy. This seems like it's the history books, and they are repeating. I can't tell you how many times I've seen Starburst versus FTWin, and just... It's the Clash of Titans. It is the Cold War that has been long running. It is everything that I wanted out of this event, and I'm so excited to be here watching this heat up because, yeah, this is crazy. The fact that FTWin feels like an unstoppable monster, but Milky Way is finding ways to just constantly chip away. It is so much fun. And I think the thing I love about it most is that we're seeing them push each other in the moment, even though they're probably so gassed because this event has been going on since like 6 hours ago or something. They're at their wits' end, and they're still pushing the level of play within each other, and that is exactly what so much discussion from Kyo himself has been talking about, is about raising all the ships, is holding the line up to an improved standard, and I'm so excited to see that here.
I loved your analogy with the action figures. It's like you could just take an ice cube and a biscuit and you can just go pew, pew, purr, 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 take that. So, and it's been back and forth that way, Siren. I know you mentioned when you were casting that Milky Way looked to be in a really strong position, and when you can move ahead of the zone on that map and sort of watch the sniper drop, it feels like you're kind of in the command position, but they just were not able to hold on with only a few points remaining.
Yeah, I really thought that they were going to be able to clinch that one out towards the end there, but FTWin just pulling one more trick out of their hat at the very last second, getting the right picks that they needed. And again, there was still a lot of like moments in that game where I was like, wow, these teams are on like a whole different level here. If I was looking at any other two groups of players and I saw somebody just throw a splash wall off their own ledge, I would have assumed that it was an accident and they meant for it to be up on the top layer. But I saw that and I was like, I know exactly what you're doing by putting that splash wall there. It's just little moments like that that really make you go like, where did they get this idea? How did they come up with this? And like, where can I get some of that sauce?
Well, it is the level of elevated play that we keep returning back to, and we are returning back to a map, or a stage rather, that we saw Rainmaker on earlier, but have not yet seen this mode for Magic. It is tower control on Undertow Spillway. Haven't seen this stage a ton today, so should be pretty fun between two high-level teams.
Right, and the 52 gal pick from Jared, beautiful, so good on this map, on this stage and mode, and it's so easy to use that Killer Whale 5.1 to just laser off anyone who's trying to stand in your path, because this tower goes on such a windy road and they have to find a way to defend it at each checkpoint because they just lie on these low grounds that are so easy to take advantage of from the team that's not riding the tower.
It's not quite the GG Ray from Splatoon 2, but it is the only global special in the game, so it is something nice to see. However, no 52 present today. Instead, we're going to see the dueling S-Blast 91s from Bran and Sam. Hexen going to be sticking around on the Splat dualies. It's going to be actually a mirror match, Siren, both ways, and Ice once again on that Splattershot Pro Frozen.
Yeah, I love to see Ice switching to a great weapon, as Magic was saying, something perfect for the player. And now it's just going to be Hexen left on the dualies, is going to throw out that crab tank is a bit of a last-ditch effort, but you could see Ice was already going for that wraparound long before Hexen had that thought occurring to them. And momentum just keeps like the ball rolling for Milky Way. They're already at the second checkpoint here. It's just going to be Q and Jared left, but they have that right synergy to back up from that tower, not give up mid entirely, but just give themselves enough space to bring their teammates back in for that fight.
Well, and this is a mode that does promote getting team fight win after team fight win in order to keep a push going through, whereas others like Clamblitz, for example, you may have to go back, rebuild your stock of clams, and then push forward even if you're winning a team fight that way, and you may just be able to content yourself with taking back control of mid, which is what FTWin is trying to do as they lose their Snipe Rider player on the tower. Kyo also going to go down as they get flanked around. Q going to be one of the ones to set up on the towers. It's just one member remaining. Actually, Magic, a delayed wipe there against FTWin, possibly an opportunity for Milky Way to extend their lead.
This is the exact opportunity that they want and that they need if they want to take this checkpoint, because there's going to be the triple ink strike. There's going to be the crab tank from Hexen. There's so much long-range presence that they can put as soon as this tower rides into this like basin of the stage, and it really allows plays like this from PO, because yeah, there's nobody who's going to be standing over here unless you're thinking like 500 steps ahead as Kyo flanks around and is able to take out the members riding the tower with his teammates. And FTWin, I think that they're poised to actually take this one fully back, because not only do they have the defensive specials, but they can turn it around and use them perfectly on offense.
Well, it's also where FTWin stopped the tower. Milky Way didn't get through that second checkpoint, so they had to go through the entire thing again. And before doing so, were stopped and fully wiped out there by FTWin, who is now pushing up to 63 and trying to get to the second checkpoint themselves. Rafe dueling it out. Eventually, it's a 2v1, but Hexen doesn't spot Q, who is the perfect sort of knife in the back to take them out. Rafe will fall on the tower siren as it looks like we're back to a stalemate unless Hexen's Crab has something to say about it.
Yeah, well, we are now approaching the contestation of that lead here. Hexen riding that tower is able to just barely get it and is able to take that fight against Sam's Booyah Bomb, because that horseshoe of doom stopped Sam from reaching the full apex of that lift from the ground. And that's going to result in what we're looking at right now. Sam making it out alive and taking out two more with him. Look, we've pushed it down to 51. We have the 1 point lead, but it doesn't seem like anyone is okay with that right now.
Well, and nobody really in a position to contest for Milky Way as the Booyah Bomb comes through and locks down some of those possible escape paths out of their spawn for Milky Way. Q trying to set up, but there is so much purple ink on the floor here that they can't quite get around. Now trying to tick through that second checkpoint here is Q trying to position themselves, but Magic, I think FTWin's doing a good job of not being afraid to move up ahead of the tower as Q shuts down an in-their-face S-Blast.
I have so much I want to say right now, because that is the pinnacle of solid charger play in general, is being able to say, hey, I'm about to take a fight in your face. I'm turning the script on its head, and I'm going to be the one making sure that you cannot sit under my ledge. That was so fun to watch from Q, but unfortunately, Q ends up falling to the flurry of specials on the tower from FTWin, and again they have to scurry away. It is so hard to go anywhere near that dangerous area of that low ground.
Well, and scurry away is what Jared did, able to get the pick onto Rafe and then jump out, retaining their life and the progress that they had built up on their special. Hexen is going to win the war of the crab tanks with just about 10 seconds left to go. Two specials online, including the triple ink strike, and now the Booyah Bomb coming out from FTWin, but they lose their S-Blast. The Booyah Bomb going to be just in front of the tower, so Milky Way with a chance to get on it, but it's only Q. FTWin scrambles atop the tower to secure their victory, and they come within one game of winning the second week of the regular season for the Splatoon 3 North American League, Siren.
A really, really impressive showing from FTWin so far. And I know I was already spoiled earlier by getting the turf war that one time. I have a deep-rooted feeling that we are going to be seeing Glamblitz in this game 4. It is what it is, and I think maybe it was strategic to get some of the modes that maybe they didn't favor as much earlier on out of the way. Rainmaker, I know, is probably no one on FTWin's favorite mode. Everybody up at this level is really, really quite the fan of Splat Zones. I think everybody knows that in this room. And Glamblitz, to me, is like a very close second, in my opinion. I don't think it's the same for them, but I think it's a really good competitive mode. And no.
Oh yeah.
Zach.
And
Zach.
indeed, we are not going to have to wait for Game 5 to see Turf War. It is going to manifest a game early and appear in game number 4, which would mean if we go to a game 5, Glamblitz would be the deciding mode here. Magic, your thoughts on an early entry for this mode?
I'm gonna pass it right to Siren. Just go. Just go.
What more is there to say? Like, you just want me to talk about how happy I am?
Yeah.
All right, well,
well.
we have Turf War. We don't know where it is yet. If it's Hagglefish again, I'm going to be a little bit disappointed. But I will say more of my ideas and my thoughts on this mode is like preparing for and playing in the pre-season event for this league gave me a bit of exposure therapy to Turf War, and I kind of admit I'm really a fan of it and competitive now, and I think a lot of people who look at the last 30 seconds of the game being the most important as a detriment, I see that as like almost a benefit. Like, I spend the first 2.5 minutes preparing for that last 30 seconds every time, and that's where the depth in the mode comes from. You need to have your most secure areas covered first. You need to get your turf in your spawn painted, and those are the teeny little tiny points that end up tipping the scales at the end. When Judd is doing the math, he's gonna count those too, not just all the fights that you took in mid and all the fights you took in mid and won. It doesn't really matter if you didn't win the last one. So take what you can guarantee. That's the beauty of it. You have to take what you can guarantee in the last minute, and then everything you can't, that's what you put your energy into.
Well, Siren, your disappointment may be immeasurable and your day may be ruined when I tell you that we are going back to Hagglefish Market. And Magic, with Milky Way being the team to pick the stage here, why wouldn't you go back to the stage where you won that deciding game 5 against 5?
And that's exactly it. I think they're going to probably remix the same exact strategy. They're going to have Ice go back onto that Reflux 450. They're going to have probably the run of the mill. And I think that Milky Way is a really strong Turf War team. I'm so unsure why FTWin decided to take them to this, because no, they know this inside and out. They're ready to completely overwhelm FTWin.
Well, and again, it is going to be the Reflux 450 versus the Reflux 450 Milk variant for Milky Way and FTWin respectively. I'm a little bit miffed that the Milk is not on Milky Way and that it's on FTWin just for the sake of naming. But Hexen, as always, going to be on the Crab Tank here, Siren, rolling through and just trying to establish some pace of play.
Yeah, I mean, look at Hexen, so far up, along with Kyo, who, even though not on his main weapon or anything resembling it whatsoever, is still gonna play just like it, which is completely in character. So both of these teams establishing dominance early on here, and I kind of appreciate this this opportunity to slow down here. We're like, hold on, wait, there's still 2 minutes. Let's get this side of the stage covered up while we can. But hey, if a pick comes our way, let's take it.
Well, Rafe going to be calling for the team to group up for the tactical, and it seems to work as Milky Way going to go a couple members down. The Booyah Bomb going to get thrown out just to make sure that mid control stays that way. Q standing on the uninkable tent here, going to try and find some shots onto Sam, who finds themselves at the bottom of the alleyway here. Brand trying to move forward with the triple ink strike, but Kyo in part going to help to take them down here. Magic, they're trying to set up FTWin is for the long haul.
This is something that struck me as interesting last time too. Kyo is actually the one on this reflex, and Goss was the one on reflex as well last time. Do they see it as an offensive threat of a weapon? And in which case, I commend them if they can wield that to actually secure any amount of picks, because you have to be razor sharp in order to find these picks. As razor sharp as Sam, who is finding beautiful Zipcaster plays, like you mentioned, with a high intensity, high skill special weapon.
Less than a minute to go in what could be the deciding game for FTWin. 1 game away from winning regular season week 2 event 4 of the Splatoon 3 North American League, and they have 2 specials online here, Siren. Milky Way with 2, now 3 as well, as they look to set up their own tacticooler for the final 30 seconds.
A very well-timed cooler, but I'm not too sure if the Doolies was able to pick that up for themselves. The pencil going down is not what you want to see, but 2 members going down, 3 members going down on the side of Milky Way. That is going to create a huge opening for the members of FTWin. Hexen seeing that jump in from that reflex, but is not able to stop it for the time being. Absolute chaos in mid as Sam has to pop this Zipcast just to get a refill on that ink tank. Moving up as far as we can. We want to get as much of that precious base turf as possible. 4 seconds left to go on the map. What can we see?
It was a couple of late picks for Milky Way, who did go down a decent bit, but it's looking decently yellow. Will they pick it up? And they will. In fact, a similar score to what they had in their deciding Game 5 is going to decide that they deserve a Game 5 in these grand finals, Magic.
The fact that they once again got into this blitz of a fight, of a team fight, right around 30 seconds, and then once again had just enough players stay alive to get the jumps in, to re-establish their foothold within split seconds, and then take all of the turf at the end. The fact that they're able to reproduce this, again, shows what Siren was saying. There's depth here. It's not like you can just run your way into the 30 seconds and try and hope things turn out all right, which I feel like is what 5 and FTWin were kind of doing. I know there's a bit more depth behind it than that, but it felt like they weren't prepared to reestablish control and try and go for that after fight, which was where Milky Way has been winning.
And Siren, Recreate doesn't even feel like it describes it adequately. It felt like we were watching the same game a second time from Milky Way, which again shows the level of consistency that they're able to bring to a mode that isn't always featured in competitive play. A mode that is featured a decent amount is the final one that we have available to us in this set. It is going to be Clam Blitz. We are still awaiting the stage, which has just rolled in, Siren. Barnacle and Dime, the final venue for these grand finals, at least before a reset if one is needed.
Yeah, Barnacle and Dime, this is like a combination of stage and mode that I have been waiting to see but haven't gotten to quite yet. I feel like that's like the one Barnacle is like most known for nowadays is Clam Blitz. It's really popular. There is quite the journey to the basket, which I think makes it better. It kind of reduces the cheese factor of it a little bit, I will say. But it's hard to really think of how both of these teams are going to play into it, because I feel like a lot of their strategy mirrors into each other, and it's just like these little tiny moments of finesse that matter at the end of the day. I think if anything, I'll have my eyes on if Jared decides to continue playing 52 gal in this one. I feel like there's adequate room to play dualies if he wants to do it. But there's also a lot of laneways that are the perfect size for a splash wall if you wanted to deploy those. So just like key players and key weapon picks, I think is what I'm going to be keeping my eyes peeled for.
Yeah, and to your point, a new mode and stage combination is going to beget a new suite of possibilities for the loadouts that these teams are wont to bring. I know Ice, not so much in this tournament, but in regular season week 1, was bringing the other 2 variants of the Splattershot Pro more regularly, the Forge and the Vanilla. So we'll have to see what changes. It is event point for FTWin, and it is bracket reset point for Milky Way. Which of these teams will come out on top as we go to a deciding Game 5 for Clam Blitz on Barnacle and Dime and Siren? What are we looking at here?
Well, nothing surprising once again. Kyo pulling out that Decapitator rather than the Slosher, which I am surprised because I do think there is enough verticality, but I can also see that argument being made for the big bubbler there, and nothing too shocking. We have a very good all-rounder comp on the side of Milky Way, but most importantly, I am happy to see that 52 gal coming out from Jared here, opting into that play for probably the exact reason that I was thinking of there.
And I know that Kyo is nasty on the Mint Decapitator, just as they are on the Slosher. And I also know they're a very competitive player, so they really like winning and playing at the highest level. They're coming back from spawn, however, now, but they have the big bubbler online, which they will put just under the basket, the barricade, as Milky Way is currently winning the clam war. Both teams holding on to one power clam, Sam surviving between a couple of triple ing strikes here, Magic, as both teams jockey once again for positions.
Exactly what it is. They're just trying to shuffle each other around, trying to put the paint down to prevent others from standing there. And Rafa finding a literal pixel perfect pick on brand. And that's the level that these teams are playing at right now. They're probably so tired, but I think that they have learned from the past few weeks. They've done this over and over again for years, and Sam is ready to meet the moment himself, going to find 3, honestly wanting to find more if my inclinations are right, and they do. That's 3 power clams, and this is Q trying to battle back, but once again, you have to just try and dodge the shots that are coming at you, and it is so difficult to prevent that play.
The second time on this broadcast that we are seeing 3 power clams worth go in all at once is just astounding. And we talked about Sam with those hero moments before, and this is just another one of them, finding multiple picks, and then another one as they break the barricade before going down. This is FTWin at their best, locking it down. Rafe hanging on to try and take down Ice. Siren, nothing doing. Ice will fall, but Milky Way a long ways to go in setting up a push of their own.
Wow, the moment you're holding 7 clams always has to be the moment someone like Bran is gonna spot you out, find you, and take you down. And that's the worst situation to be in when you're trying to desperately hold on to that lead there. So we can see Kyo maybe taking more of a stealthy angle as he gets back in here to mid. Has that big bubbler ready, and I just know he's cooking up the fight before he even gets into there. Q popping that cooler here. It does have that power clam at the ready, but what else are we cooking from the side of Milky Way? We're trying to make a soup here.
The icon for the number of clams that you have getting larger with each one, and Ice getting a great distance shot there onto Rafe, but will fall as well. They had as many as 21 clams and now lose everyone but Ice, who was already coming back from spawn for a delayed wipe. That's 21 clams, Magic, gone in an instant.
I think I figured out the way to shut down a Milky Way coordinated special push, and that is to just keep coming at them from different angles with players that can just delete you from existence, from the memory of the game of Splatoon 3. That is exactly what they're doing. And FTWin, they're here to stay. They have fought so hard to get back on top, and here they are doing it in the moment right now. They are not letting anything go by them.
And they are keeping the pressure on. Rafe and Kyo sitting under the big bubbler. Sam outside of it, helping to get splats. And this is where we mentioned in a previous game the lockdown that can happen. And they've gotten rid of almost their entire penalty just like that. They'll go down, but they'll get the Booyah Bomb off as well. That's 2 members down for FTWin. But they're still keeping the pressure on, so much so that they get another power clam in, extending their lead to 21, Siren. This is looking like the FTWin show.
I was looking at that power clam move through the point of view of a Milky Way player, and I was like, there's no way they'll let that last guy dunk that power clam in. And sure enough, they did. Now the power is definitely in FTWin's hands. 40 seconds left to go, and Milky Way has yet to make some kind of dent into this scoreboard here. The pressure is on big time. It's make it or break it in more ways than one. And Jared jumping back to Q. They are getting the picks, but do we get the follow-up? They need to get up into a great position here. Q playing it risky, if for the long time reward. Down to 62, taking out Sam. That is a powerhouse off of the board.
It's a flurry of clams going in, but will it be enough? Brand is going to get taken out. Rafe trying to defend here. Nobody looks like getting too close. They have 8 clams at their disposal. Can they get there in time? They're not able to find it. The barricade comes back up, but they do have overtime. The big bubbler is down under where the barricade was spawned, and here comes the triple leg strike. Kyo trying to back them off with the mint decapitator is Q looking for an opening pick if they can find one. Not finding anybody there. Kyo waiting for anyone to get too dangerously close. Buffed out by the tacticooler. The power clam is going to go in. They break it. They get through the penalty. Q is going to go down as Sam takes them out. Jared trying to survive amidst this wave here. Jared goes down. One left. The crab drink trying to lock things down. A wipeout against Milky Way, and that will appear to do it. The booyahs rain out from FTWin, and they will show that they are the winners of the regular season week 2 version of the Splatoon 3 North American League. There will be no grand finals reset as FTWin shows that they are alone at the top, Magic.
They have completely turned the entire event on its head, Zach. This is exactly what I was hoping for. A new and improved FTWin with old faces and new faces alike coming together and creating something incredible and incredibly tough to beat. But that means that in the long run, 5 can beat Milky Way can beat 5, and now there's FTWin in this mix. Yes, FTWin has won today, but let's see how much they can hold on to this victory and if Milky Way is going to come back. But I do think this is showing exactly the missteps that Milky Way is taking. Like Siren said, did they really let that power clam go through? And if they had stopped even just one, maybe another one of those power clams, it's a completely different tournament that we're talking about.
It is a convoluted and veritable dodecahedron of teams that we are witnessing here, trading blows back and forth, and I'm sure they will continue to do so week after week. Let's take a look at our finished bracket for the regular season week 2, event number 4 of the Splatoon 3 North American League, and we show here FTWin, despite some heavy resistance from Milky Way in a revenge match that I know they wanted so dearly, hold strong to finish out grand finals 3-2. It is going to be Milky Way taking second place, and 5 in their own close game 5 match against Milky Way finishing third. There you can see in the loser semifinals, Fofofo coming through 4th. Yet again, they're 4th in after the week 1 standings, so they are a perennial team. Let's go ahead and look at the schedule as well. I know for a fact y'all are not going to want to miss any of the action. That includes tomorrow's Splatoon 3 North American League Sunday Scrim. It starts at noon Pacific time, so don't be late. We'll have the next edition of the Splatoon 3 North American League show ready for you Friday, October 17th at 10 a.m. Pacific, and then event number 5, regular season week 3, will take place on 10/18 that Saturday at noon Pacific, and it all leads up to the live streams on 12/13 and 12/14 for the Splatoon 3 North American League playoffs, which will start at noon on both days. I want to get final thoughts from each of you. Siren, I will start with you. Everything you've witnessed today, the results that we've seen, what's impressed you? What are you taking away from this one?
I'm impressed by FTWin's ability to bounce back and just act like a jelly in this community. They really seem to go for these North American Championship type events. And look, they don't want the scene to forget about them. They have been coming in hot, and it's not just talk. They've shown that they have the skills to back it up as well, and the synergy to boot. I'm just impressed by them, and honestly, I was so glad to see some fresh faces for myself. Every week feels like it's going to be very different, just even if it's just based on schedules alone or how the dynamics evolve with people playing against each other. It's a huge breath of fresh air, and I'm so happy that I got to witness the beauty of this event today.
And Magic, as a Splatoon coach and someone who's been in the scene for a long time, what are some coachable moments that we can potentially take away from this one?
The Milky Way collapsed, unfortunately. It all coalesced. The black hole at the center brought everything in. And I think that it was really in that moment where, during that Clan Blitz game, where they were just on the back foot and they felt like they couldn't do anything against that team. I feel like they are the players, if anyone, to be able to stand their ground a little bit more and just try and fight back, right? Maybe they weren't feeling as confident in their mechanics as they usually are, and their aim and their movement. But you need to kind of bet on yourself in those moments and trust in yourself and your team to just say, no, we're not going to let this giant push come and destroy us and put us in so far in the hole that we can't get back out.
And they are not destroyed, as we have more weeks of the regular season to come. But for now, that is going to be it for this edition of the Splatoon 3 North American League. That was Event 4, regular season week 2. Again, we will see you back on Friday, October 17th at 10 a.m. for the Splatoon 3 North American show. And then, of course, Saturday, 10:18 at noon for the latter portion, and 4 p.m. Pacific for the top 8 stream. Thank you again so much to Czar on the Spec Cam Ops, everyone behind the scenes, and my co-casters Magic and Siren. It's been an absolute pleasure. I really hope y'all enjoyed, and until next time, stay fresh.